What type of loss is that? Like the woman loses the husband of her family that she said the relationship not attended when it's been 2 years before. So the woman loses the husband that she needs, that's the man she married in the ancestry. So first thing she intended on building her like this. She uses that life partner and then it's a different person of work that's there. That's how the Pasuk describes the loss of Yerushalayim. like اللي كبسوا خارجوا الصح أو مقال أي سنة هالوش so we will get the enemies become like followers and we all follow Kalamitzer and Yisrael Master. This because problems for Klal Yisrael you are catapulted to business. This is an interesting idea. The more you oppress and the more you do Klal Yisrael, you need a leader. You need a leader. כיוון יועצה שם יספלוק איסלישון, אחרי ארצס יורים בארצה, צוי באחר וחודה הים, אבא היה גוליר הגוליר. So that's a really interesting idea. That essentially, in order to hurt Klal Yisrael, you have to have a position of prominence. He doesn't deliver into the hands of a no one. And therefore, someone's going to a process, by definition, they're going to be given a position of exalted leadership. I don't have another point. Kalamically, something like so when you ever cause the cause for Klal Yisrael, never tires. Because there's so many people out there this kind of thing. Where to be able to affect that people. Well, they can call other guys. And the Rabbi on the different, you can't improve them in the Torah. Which is interesting enough. Now they can call other guys is almost like saying these quarrels should not befall you. You know, so when you see children on the Torah, it's cool, you know, to actually identify that good enough, is a special amount of something and something bad happened. First you would say, you should never experience this type of instruction. So that's the concept we say, well, everything over there, what's happening to us, shouldn't happen to anyone else. That's the first thing why the stories, all over there, and around them all around, and so we call it our best. So we even disdain certain stakeholders, so it's hard to see you find like you do as if you over our back, as if we transgress the parents of the church. The distinction that shall be the outstay, like us. Donde se Hashem called it perennial finance. We find it Nimalon Shalach Ishabas Nesabayim. Except Malika Kabon Bas Amin Chakas Stone. So ultimately, again, the Pasuk said that God even says that the actions of Klal Yisrael surpass the actions of stone. The three massive arguments by the and the last one that is and the neither you see a high city Sharai or high city stone. So what's it titled? It's titled as unfortunately the individual Sharai of the planet Israel is possessed what else should be beyond stone? What type of attribute beyond stone? What's it titled? So in the stone the yard I knew that I don't in stone, he was no share. I explain whatever you can to yourself, and then nothing is ever said to the other. Plus, another one, you trying to see, he's going to be listening to money, push the other. You trying to hunger, starvation will become so huge. But again, one of the really things for other children. Also, the way it's such a fascinating twist. Even when they talk to the other children, they value their age. They share what they have together. Which of us is like such an overwhelming stone. There's such fraternity and emotional dependability. There's also an unwillingness to be able to be there and to help the other. You shall not even in between most however, people will only drink without falling the other. Incredible. And there's a seal of Kalavi Hashem, looks so up like they are pursued. The person who says which one is currency, which was once worth so much, is now worth nothing. Hearts are like that, and what I have, and I'm not this romantic in Carolina, why is it so to remember again? In April, it's a boy who over the outer space. The interesting one, if you look at the puzzle, talks like Raphael, but the knife comes up against you. If you notice that A is before I, even though the I is before K. So it's earlier. The Shemirat Misha, I'm with the feeling that much the low day. But the Latin says something with their nose, even though they did not see it with their eyes. It was the religious disaster to talk about Earth as well, even though they not truly reflected on what they saw. Hopefully, I mean, hopefully, like I show you, hopefully, like I mean, hopefully, like I show you, I'm Rabbi, I'm a little, hopefully, like I show you, الشيء الآخر يحدث الإشعاع إذا كان مثلا وظيفة الإشعاع represents sustenance. Trade represents the core of existence. If you understand what existence is with the cloud itself, if you look at anywhere else, you'll find pieces of what it means to lead meaningful life, but you won't find any culture. And each cloud itself has the real reckoning of existence. Hashem will come out of this refers to the corrupt judges. This refers to the individual. This refers to the teachers of young children who shirk their responsibilities and do not do the proper thing for the Jewish children. So that's the only so it's not number again. The primary topic that we must occupy is the list of the teachers and for the regular people who don't have a portion in everything. So by the way, we decided these are his he's not on this list. So you know what I'm saying? But actually, handshakiness is how we go to the when we go to something, was the essentially constituted from the second to the second. I was actually going to say, yes, we did a lot of things that they created too long. As we know today. So they created this list. So the list is issue all Windows efforts. So we want this to add another person to this list, and this is actually pretty wild. The answer is they wanted to add Shlomo Hamala to this list. But listen, remember again, we've already seen this before the next thing that was throughout this para, that by commences by last hara b'nei Hashem, the Shlomo did which was that which was terrible in the eyes of the Lord. And the essence seems to be that the essence seems to be worship idolatry. Now, you know, you must qualify that because when the company was trying to marry a lot of women, his wives left him a lot of idolatry, and he did nothing to stop his practice. So, in that sense, he was responsible for idolatry, where he must for himself not to worship idolatry. So they wanted to add Shlomo to the list. So he was involved in this deal whatsoever. It is the concept of Israel, where it's speak about that. So he's going to only Davana. Telling us to be up on the first today, and Davana looking at prostrates himself before them, saying, "Please don't do this." But they paid no attention. But each miracle, the luck got each beside Salary, and each speak about that. Fire came out from the heavens. It started like really around, like looking at their benches. And that's what it's like, no, because again, clearly, the Father is voicing his displeasure with this decision. And yet, they did not pay any attention to it. Remember again, Rabbi Shalaim, it's not because it's a side Torah. Read the side Torah. Not Sabbath but Allah Lahem, Fajis Tish, whatever, Malachto, with the name of Sati, by the Shaki, the great Hashim, Yishayakim, Shagin. So then about spoken, you have the Bible says, talking with you again, and you see a man who does his work quickly, but what things he will be. What does this mean? So the Bible says, that's what God says. Yishayakim, they see what they sell. So first, Shlomo built my house before his house. He built this mikdash before he built his own house. Well, not only that, I don't should basically buy the Shabashani, the base of one of the Shalish. It took me 7 years to build my base of mikdash, and 14 years to build his own palace. He says, "Yitrim Rachim Yisati, Vaz Yisati Yechashivim, Oroshkia Bara." Social said, the gospel said, how can such a man do consent to a thing he don't know? He should dwell amongst those citizens once again. Oroshkia Bara, the Archipels and Noah paid no attention to this gospel. They just felt that it was incorrect. As he was the Yosef asked of Allah, Hamamincha, he shot. Shlomo Kimaasta, he acted Tikva Velo, and Fire was the gospel for God. This is Hava. All Hava is not Hava. It's not yours. You can decide if it's fallen Hava, and you doesn't put fallen Hava, and you don't understand the stories. You don't get it, it's so easy. It's like there's probably trying to interview you more and more. That's pretty stark as well. And at the end, it's actually really sensitive. You're like, Allah belongs to you. Allah belongs to you. Decision with your processes when it comes to the implementation of law belong to you. But at the end of the day, if for example, it goes for an hour, it doesn't come over an hour, that's up to me. And if I think Shlomo was not on the side of the list, why should we shoot up the only? He was better than the other, that's what we should watch. So that's what we should watch. Rashi says over here, God Darshi Shimos, Darshi Suki, to the sin, as Harashi and Tzad, and it's a long short film, we should take no one out. They were the Russia to Rabbi. So it's a Darshi Shimos. So everyone has a personal life. Everyone, again, the rest of this will be open around the Ishmael. We should get it going up. Everyone has a function in the world. Even in Russia, even in Rabbi, and even in the so, but Kurman and Russia, and I, we get out to the Russia, and find my own Russia, we live in the property, Moab, see, I don't actually look in the Ari, I like Russia, Israel, we live in the country, we get out, the Akab, Shema Abraham, the first Akab, the guy that allowed all the Iranot to get out. Yes, in Russia, Russia is in Russia. Ephraim knows what she would have done. So if you love him, you're passing it on her. So if you love him, if you're going to have a Ephraim, if you're going to take the key, you lose my something. Exactly, perfect. That was that. So I'm down now, that's still not so bad. You're top of so for both sides, the passing you do that. The kids when they try to do that, see not see that true, for example, Zedek Ozzy, Shalaka Artist, Ozzy was speaking with not because the issue of washing. This has to do with also normal, the general of Allah. He was speaking with Salas, and we should cause him to go ahead and this was short thing that he liked. But normally once he got in the world, he shows his own money. Because he afterwards came on his own and said, he should change his life. When he lied, he should really change his life. But because he was using this opportunity for his own financial advancement. Okay, we know about this. Zedek Al-Shaqa is good. I don't actually hear Ali. Zedek Al-Shaqa. That's just the going. Allah touches his eyes, so the Allah touches his eyes, so it says, so what does that mean? I'm going to Allah touches his first for that, so that they got this thing going. Right? The Darshan Yishimos. The Darshan Yishimos, ultimately, are going to try to understand, yeah, everybody's just listening to Allah. Listen, on the whole world, I just noticed something absolutely amazing, which is, what does this mean? What's going on with that? And why are these people identified? Like, there are two of these rabbis, and what is Darshan Yishimos. So it's interesting for those topics. How does that sheep define Darshan Yishimos? What's it to the people who look for deeper meaning in secret? When you look at a person, it is very easy to size up the sweat glands and the sweat glands. If for some reason it's not good cardio, that's not good disability. See the weaknesses of the other relatively quickly. So you can just kind of like see that just in a really attention for a couple of minutes. You can see everywhere it's going to the doctor. The avoidant in life is to get out of your way to see the good. See the bad is easy. See the broken pipe is easy. See the good takes a lot of work. So if you know something you're doing over here, say that you're not sure. This one to say that you're not you're not sure. Don't kind of feel like you're all that's easy. That's easy. Just read the nothing. And you can see why they will not have a portion anywhere to come. You get the shine. Don't be a dark-shade issueless. You want to be someone who looks to be killing someone. You want to find someone ultimately again who pushes themselves to get out of their need to see the good. Sometimes to see the good in someone, you have to be a dark-shade issueless. You have to be someone like willing to look into psyche. You have to be someone who's like, I just can't be the need. You need to go ahead and see beyond that which is waiting to look below in order to be able to find something that is good. But if you're willing to be a gush in insurance, if you're willing to be someone who looks at a different meaning of psyche, if you're willing to be someone who interprets the different meaning of different words, then you will find something good in every single person, even in a relationship, even in a relationship, even in your level, even in an alcohol. It's just a question, how are you going to look at people? Which means those who want to look beneath the surface and really look to try to find it. Because listen, sometimes in life, if you want to see the good in someone, you have to work really hard. Because there's a lot of people who on the surface present really badly. And beneath the surface, present really badly. And even a little bit beneath the initial surface, still present really badly. And if you really be judging to those people, then every year you find something beautiful. You find something wonderful. You just have to be willing to undertake the process. It's incredible. Numbers like that. Allemaal pensioen zeggen, first on 11 brothers, Cyrus of which people want to come as the left of that's for the heart. As they have that's not also. You know, I'm going to say something. So the cover, right? The cover, those are the comments before you. This is so beautiful. What I have to say, don't use it, right? Because all of these people you just mentioned, the people who speak and have a think of these products, right? Not just the few kids, but the old, after profile, all of these people now go to Olinaba. So now that they say that they're dead, so what's going to happen? Right, you're going to let these people into Olinaba. And then down the line, you're going to see these people in Olinaba. Then you're going to see who's trusting in by that people that you told them. You go into Antonio, who decided to show up to try to kill him. That was going to come. He's going to look at the expansion on the cover. And he's going to see this cover over there. Somebody's going to come to you, he's going to be all upset. What are you going to say to him? This is incredible. So, not to also, on the other hand, alive last social million dollars. And start to get that. You know, my job is to make the friends. We got some profile and the play that. If we meet each other in this land, this one and hopper, my job is to make friends, make them great, make them friends. Unless they don't know the friendship, they thought this is not often, let's just stay with it. So we begin to see over and over comes to the hopper, we go to ourselves, and she will say, no, says not often, that's your business. I got this. Yeah, that's how you can't believe this. If Dr. runs into his former adversary in his most he says, my job is to make them friends. My job is to make them friends. Which is such an overwhelming people. And maybe sometimes we hold maybe, and I don't know, maybe it's touchable. And you know, maybe it's even happen in this world, or even adversaries, right? Even adversaries somehow, something can become real. I don't know if it can happen in this world, but maybe it's so we have to go and have that. And if you're doing another thing to look forward to, in the afterlife, is that even those bigger babies, doubling up people, double pounds a day, the nurse actually sit and occupy the same space that we have, everyone is not do that. מדוע שבע העולם זה ירושלים ושבע יצחק אומר שבע מצווה שבע כנסת סולמני. Entonces, digamos, la misma de Pascal. So what you Pascal is giving most of two problems as well. So what happens? So the problems are being back to the children to the others. So other than nothing. So let us have Zechariah. Then Zechariah said to them, come to the children. Go ahead and the children. Ask the Lord, I will say to them, how to your name from words. So the Rabbi says to Christ, when he's a Christ, Christ will get you, right? Because look what happened to your ancestors. Who didn't get you? They're no longer here. Probably such is great. Well, probably such as that. I don't know how many roads. It would be out from the fucking country. So it's kind of something that we would be kind of. Your ancestors, your brothers are also dead. So our ancestors are dead. Some ancestors are dead. So either way, they're dead. So I don't know why you trying to create this ritual. So we want to share I was saying I was in Valerina on the old city. On the other hand, I was saying the country that I did. And so again, so I would say to ancestors, we're going with the ritual Shema. After the book of Shema says, I've been a year. No, that's not the other. But she would have followed. I should have followed. She was what happened. One person became the sacrifice of this. She's a real discovery of the other hand. Here's the ritual. So the Rabbi says, some ritual. I'm the reality is. So this is very profound, right? Profound exchange. So the Rabbi says to his group of people, they say back to the Rabbi, ever Shemachur Rabbi, Yidisha Shadar Shabbaila, Kul means Lazeh al-Zeh, so he says specifically, if you say back to the Rabbi, right? If you have an Evan who was sold by his master, or a woman who was divorced by her husband, so the master had any expectation of the Evan, or so the husband has any expectation of his wife. There was also looking fully paying the Rebbe was, but he's only from his past passed away. His past passed away. He's been rejected by the master. He's been rejected by the husband. So what he wants from us, I thought, listen, it's so profound. By the way, begin to see this is the thing over and over again that the Gemara. That even if Rabbi Yisrael was worshiping Avodah Zarah, there was still such a connection to Hashem. And you can see how Yisrael raised this exchange that they're praying for them, trying to become rejected by the Rebbe Shalom. Ahora con Rabbi, leken on the head. Shishma says to Rabbi, איזה ספר כיסוס פולחן אשר שלחתיה. ואני מראש שלחתי אסכם לא אין בעבור הזכם ונקייכם ובשחם שלחם. Shishma comes back to the Rabbi, ask Rabbi Yisrael, here's your guy. Here's your guy. Like, where's the document that tells that I sold you to soul? Shishma, you say, I came in earlier. Don't put this on me. Don't put this on me. I didn't reject you. You rejected me. And now what you're doing is you're projecting. You rejected me, and now you're projecting on me. God, I rejected you. There's such a profound, so much psychology here. Let's say anything like the worship of idolatry. How again, while you self praise the role of the victim, you reject us, folks. I rejected you. I rejected you. You spent generations sinning. You rejected me. And now you feel guilty for all of that rejection. So now you're projecting on me that I rejected you. That's the show. Where's the gap? Where's the document that said, I never divorced you. I never sent you away. I never sold you out. Now you're in trouble with my sin. So as we have also confessed my servant and we had not signed my servant. So the Lord is me. But when you show Amar Haya Olam, Shasidi saw Roma so people sorry. I just want to say the Khan's always say this, the people picking up this product is a color Abdel Ever. So the color Abdel Ever should come in the Khasi, Ever meaning the Khasi. So actually this is absolutely the seven slaves that the Prophet called David's servant and the Hanetach servant. So first of all, it's saying that you understand that when you Hanetach was the agent. By calling him Hanetach servant of God, then he's the master, goes far. Now what is that? When there's a servant of the master, whatever the servant requires, the master requires. Even when you are conquered by the book of Hanetach, and under his domain, the other voice still belongs to Hakadosh Baruch Hu. And what Elohim is idea, never is there a rejection by Hakadosh Baruch Hu. Even when we are conquered and subjugated by others, those others themselves are according to Hashem, and we are serving in you for that. I belong to the Lord. There is such an overwhelming, profound, and beautiful delight. Never are we rejected by Hakadosh Baruch Hu. We may reject God, that's nothing, and as a result, sometimes there's a feeling of guilt having rejected God. So we project onto God that He rejected us, but there's nothing for the truth. The Rebbe Hashem never rejects us. He loves us too much to ever reject us. He loves us too much to ever sell us out. He loves us too much to ever give up on us. Incredible. Hopefully I wish for yourself like what I want is for you. Let us try to get us any years and years of us, but at least we do this. Those of us are sometimes, it's almost like it. Like, relationships sometimes there's tension and you're not feeling it, you're not saying it, but you know that there's all these tension buildings, and when you don't have anything, let's up to this, so like, get it out, whatever it is, as ugly as it's going to be, let's just go ahead and have the negativity, let's have the yelling, the screaming, let's have the argument, whatever it is, let's just get it started, so if you can use our shame, so let's be up on the Facebook, whatever you've got, you bring it, just bring it. Let's do this. We accept whatever you have the pressure of our action on, but then we want to be with you. We used to respond on the problem. I'm not ready to start. You have to let your husband chill. Listen, you know it's really amazing. It's really amazing. You think that's so complicated. It's not that complicated. You all think that's the 2 words. Husband the chill. Husband the chill. What's the chill? It's not like everyone's houses. Just come back to me. Just come back to me. We spend our lives running with what is possible and then justifying why we're really allowed to run, or why it's not really running, or why because I subscribe to this, I don't have to do all these different things. We invent Hashkafa's movement, ideologies, we invent life approaches, all these things to justify running away from the responsibility, choking it out of the responsibilities. Because it's so tired, instead of just coming back. Just keep ourselves in the talking about it. Just hug with children. That's it. That's the way to you. I need it for you. So hug with children. So I don't know. Everybody in front of you. This is what I say. Client says we can't. Why? It's a hard showing front of you. But listen, this tomorrow is good. So he says, just the children, just come back. Rabbi said, we can't. We have a Yid Sahara. And Yid Sahara is so powerful. Yid Sahara is so overwhelming. So what does the Rabbi say? What he says? On the other hand, Yisur Yitzhak. So ultimately, what can God say back? Essentially, when we do bypass, right? And take control of the situation. I got it. Yid Sahara. I got it. Take control. So let's say, that's when Harry's indicates almost like a lack of control. I would come back, but I'm not in charge. You're Sahara. You've also said, this really means just as you need to take control, take the reins of your life. Which I would say, you understand what I'm talking about in this conversation over here? This is what you go through. I'm not accomplishing anything you want to do. I'm not doing things I want to do. I'm not the person that I want to be. And if you ask me why it's not happening, you answer why is it happening, why is it happening, and I'll give you a list of reasons. Right? Now, what's interesting, by the way, is what's the criminology of an entire list, right? It has nothing to do with me. right? It's my father never did this, my mother never did this, my spouse doesn't do this, my rabbi doesn't do this, my teacher didn't do this, I was here, I never got as much cookies as the other kids. All the other things, right? And there's a whole list of things that are responsible for why I am not the person I need to be. And everyone else is doing. Everyone else has a contributing role to why I am underperforming. There's only one person, this is one person with no responsibility for everything that has gone down, and that's me. And the doctor says, he's happy in conversation. The doctor says, put your life together. Put your what's a chip? As much as I told him, the chip means you believe yourself in your life together. The college says, he's left to the chip. What do you want? I need to have. I need to have. Woes me. All these problems in my life. It's not me. It's not my fault. It's me. It's everyone else who's not pulling their weight. Therefore, I can't do my part. The doctor said, really? You're outsourcing your responsibility, you're outsourcing your success to everyone else. The success of your life resides with one person and one person only. And that's you. The bulk of your life stops with one person and one person only. And that's you. Success in life is dependent on one person and one person only. And that is you. So bring it in. Bring it in. Take control. If you notice, by the way, there's one who doesn't say it's not a struggle. She validates the struggle. Struggle is a struggle. But I control over whether or not I navigate that struggle. Which Rabbi says, Hashem, you created it, so you need to deal with it. Rabbi says, you have no choice, essentially, you made the mess, you clean it up. Right? We didn't need the Yitzhara. We didn't ask for the Yitzhara. But you created this, and because you created it ultimately again, you have to deal with this. So we'll say, by the way, that's how the Gemara ends. That's how it ends. So by the way, and the Prophet told the Tshuva now. Tell them Tshuva now. No. Well, how do you relate to Tshuva? Because the conversation goes back. It's a circular conversation. Because Christ will once again says, well, God, it's your problem, not my problem. You can't hate Sahara, you did this, you clean it up. And I will say, should have never happens. Because when I failed to take responsibility, because she wasn't so scared to take responsibility, because that really is responsibility. You don't know, right? I don't take responsibility. I take responsibility when I look in the mirror and I recognize that. And all of the failures in my life are mine. They're my hurts. They're my failures. And that hurts. And that's difficult. And that's painful. And most of us do not want to deal with that pain. So instead, we spend a lifetime running from responsibility, and it shouldn't even fall to anyone and everyone else around.
Whatever black guy that you were with and saw you dancing,
never came to you, but instead, if you just find the courage just to say,
I am going to fuck this and nerd into a building again.
It's me. It's me. Yeah, almost every single thing that's going on in life is me. I own it. But here's the good news. Once you overcome that pain, and that feeling of almost like debilitating shock of the start to move the things that haven't been right, you're going to realize something amazing. But as Rabbi Rabbi says, if you believe that you have the ability to break it, then you have the ability to fix it. The reins are then mine. And once the reins are mine, put me clear out here. I can hold up to it. I can fix my life. I can do what I need to do. I can try to use the conversation that was off the same way for the last 2,000 years. No one's your problem. It's always someone else's problem. And if it's someone else's problem, chances are it's never going to get fixed. If you find courage to own it, really to become Shabbat. Abba, Hagyotas, who is the kind of Yotas who never became your own Abba? Bilam, Bilam, Kakitofa, Gekazi. So Bilam, Bilam, what is this thing like Bilam over there? What's the name Bilam? So Bilam means Bilam, without a nation, never Ahar. Bilam, Shabbat, Bilam is going to drop down a nation. That's actually going to see that's a reference about Bilam was unable to process. He's going to be the idea about the reality. Ben Ba'ar, Shabbat of the year. Why is it called Ben Ba'ar? Because the relation with his donkey. We'll come back to that in a second. Tana, so the says Tana, Hu Ba'ar, who teach on Shasayim, who help us. That's pretty wild. So, Bilam Abraham's father was Baal. So he wants to evaluate this guy. His name is Baal. He's Kushan Shasayim. He's also Lavan. Wow. He's also Lavan. So he wants to Baal, Shada'al. So ultimately, it's called Baal because they were doing the donkey. Kushan Shasayim is going to be the other Israel because he did two terrible things. He did two terrible things. Two Israel. That Achaz b'nei Yaakov, Achaz b'nei Yaakov, Achaz b'nei Yaakov, Achaz b'nei Shvot HaShofet. One was during the days of Yaakov, that he referenced that he was in Lavan, and the other during the days of Yeshua. Okay, so the Rashi says, I'm sorry, the Nisas Yoshua died. Okay, then the Rashi says, Amash Moaz actually, Lavan Ha'aram. Actually, was Lavan. Interesting. The Rashi says, see, we should also have a way, even if you pass like Purim, or the son of Lavan. And then there's the son of Lavan, which is pretty incredible. So the Rashi says, but also in general, they're also with Lavan, incredibly old. So one of these things actually mean, right? Because you know, it's actually Lavan is the people that just crossing the longevity. Somebody possessed the city, but observing, you can see some of the Lavan and Lavan, right? Both of them work with what he's answering. We don't know what do you say, what do you say, and how about very magic. Lavan teaches love for us a whole. Right? So Lavan wanted to uproot everything. What is going on? They don't be doing love for us a whole. Both of them are the same state of mission. So the Lord says, see, when God says you can work Baal. So it says the son of Baal. So in one passage says that Purim is the son of Baal, and then it reads that Baal was the son of Purim. Which one is it? I'm not really sure. I'm sorry. I'm not So in certain respect, Baal, like Baal was the son of Gilad, the son of the son of the prophet. His father was Baal, the son of Gilad. That was the prophet of his father. And then there's the father, obviously, it's like the father to his father in the realm of prophecy. Okay? Then we will also study that. See? Really awesome. So that's really interesting. So the fact that it says that Shiram doesn't go calling out, but what does it indicate? But other Gentiles, Sicklers are Robert. The Nazis were on Robert as well. To which the Gemara says, Mas listen, then listen up, there's too much like this. Who's it mean with this respect? So you must have Yeshua, so the son of the ledger over there, Yeshua Yeshua, that there's a very king. Plus, Yeshua Yeshua, what does it mean that the weekly goes to the shawl to be honored? Only function to Israel, this refers to the sinners of Israel. All the guns Shkefer Elohim, all the guns who forget Hashem, only function of the Kohanim. Well, that's not really interesting. If you notice over here, you know a little bit of the days, so the changes of the Kohanim is Amos HaOlam. Usually it's supposed to say, this refers to the nations of the world. We do not have a portion in the world to come. So how do you become a share of the Kohanim? Which we just know, that's assuming it says that before Siyah, Nefim HaSensor. This Gemara is censored. This was a censored Gemara. Originally said that again, members of the nations of the world do not have a portion in the world to come. All of them. But only but for Jews. Only for Jews. Not for the nations of the world. The sentence was changed it ultimately again to say the sinners of the nations of the world. Don't go around with everyone else says. The river loves it. All of you should be like King Remar. Solve the cold gunning. So what's that? So what he says, yes, only those who forget Hashem amongst nations of the world don't get Olam Haba. And other thing is that Olam Haba is just not okay. But also Russia must necessarily ask even Gilad himself, even obviously, Hamish opposes the idea that the ancient righteous Gentiles you can't tell them that. Right? Because again, otherwise, why are you excluding the Finland from Old America? So are you just clearly citing the idea that Allah also makes sure that absolutely people tell them that? Okay. So you know, the human thing in itself is really silly. That's what it's saying. Self-sacrifice, dying there for that. And that is living in the fact that I'm going to America. If I die for that, it seems to me that I am not going to America. Of course, the man didn't die after that, he's killed. He's killed. So he was in America. But I asked him to kill. Well, this is pretty good. So then again, he's going to have to do his stories. And I do that. He looks like more media. Come to try to achieve. Media is more of a highlight selling of a person's channel. The issue is that media and love do not get along at all. So much which make love and chance of what they appear to collaborate. So it's going to have a rest together. Much which make love and chance of what body to these are against. They're not like the two dogs. Like, who really did not get along. Like, everybody that has a lot of illnesses. Why is it out of act like what happens? I won't attack the other dogs. So the other dog says, I'm not going to carry people as well. I know. Also, when you're not going to go alive, the second dog says, I don't have the first dog, you know, I give you a link. So then the link is going to come in. Let's get on thing. Tomorrow the wolf is going to come and carry you. So therefore, again, we're better to use the partner with my dog. Essentially, the only way to come to that only is the dog. That's the idea here. So even though the dogs don't watch each other, they relate. Same idea. I'm on it. I said, so you get a law do not get from there at all. And they are commentary with Florence here. They're going to do that together. I'm going to have a higher than the issue. I push off the shoulder, I'll give you the law, you have your position, like that. Really translated, the weasel from the count had a feast from the fat of the one with that mouth. Again, one of those ones that doesn't translate so well, right? What that is, so that the idea is it's actually usually don't get along. And when the feast is coming over, they need to gang up together and feast these other versions. So they actually started off over the lunch, decided to say the Lord says, so the lunch is a lunch, and then the Bible says that the messengers of God stayed with the lunch. So what's up, so he says, where you guys are living there? So given that we're going to be about all that, so that's what's going to I'm woman the soil. So the messengers are living in so once Philip was able to give them an obedience, right? Give it to them on the first party stuff. And then it says, you know what? They get you answer out the back to you. They realize that once Philip doesn't able to be saying that you need to answer, something is going on. They rush it over. That's probably not going to go for this. Is there any such thing as a father who despises his son? You might say not father. So the lesson that we realize is probably not going to this thing. He's just not going to do it. Because there's another one telling you, I'm not going to chutzpah is a number. Chutzpah, I think we'll probably shmai in the honey. So chutzpah is a very powerful tool. Right? So chutzpah, even against somebody powerful, is able to affect the church households. Things will obviously, we'll say it in mind, you will be the third aspect of the Bible is to go in the first party, right? So, first of all, it says, don't go with them. We are amazing in the next verse, this one with us. So, and make it become. It says, go with them. Go with them. What says, what do you see from here? The name is what's with it. The name is what's with it. But chutzpah sometimes pays off. What's that? We know this in the word. Sometimes, chutzpah usually is disturbing us, or in a negative way, and sometimes chutzpah he actually that's powerful and powerful. I guess, so I guess we don't want to do that one well. And when you see people in a person is adamant, it's adamant about something, sometimes you have to respond to it, manage, so to speak. Yeah, I'm going to choose this chutzpah, not this similar pattern. Chutzpah is like a feeling that occur. Like feeling that occur, how do we take it to affect some level of change? Not just the change, but as we go through the translation, this is only this is that, this is that. Then again, the story you saw, that the two just beat the disaster, but what did the character say? And shape all the character will say, he is different people, that's chutzpah, these are chutzpah. Diese Chutzpah is part of what's kept us. And Chutzpah is what makes us bodies what has sustained us behind the ages. Chutzpah is powerful if used in the right way. Siv, I know that you're one of his legs. Shimshon Bishtelako, Shimon is Shimshon is like a multiple Shimon, Shimshon I like a lot. I know she princess, Suba has been in a power. Bilam is flying in one eye, Shimon, Shim Mahayu, Shishim So, Hosing by my side, furthermore, we just reacted to sorcery because Makamura. Alright. I don't know. Right, so says over here, no self for him. Okay. No fuck together united. It's us something in common will for Arabisa. So much no self and the watch of the foundation of intimacy. So see the way that again the sorcery was done again. The sorcery was done with the Makamura Ikma. Mazucha almost posing Bahamas. Mazucha said that again the sorcery again with his Makamura. Rabbi on a Shekba al Asoya. Obviously, what it means is to reach or out of the bed. You know what it says? So, my God, of course, I also want to be that one. So, it's a really good sorcery again. With his Amma, so that you just saw the time. I'm going to buy a solo. I'm going to relation with that. Sikha, Kara, Shaka. Sikha, some Kara on the days, Kara and Rafa, Shaka. So, it's the same motion of the zero as Kara, like in the culture, right? It's the same motion of the by Sisra or according to language, she had a relationship with him. Now, you're there, that's our way. And ultimately, again, so put on me, that's what I put a actually, that's going to go up on the yoga. That's all going to be yoga. So, again, put on to the training back. Right here, there's real skill, right? So, put on the donkey refuses to move forward because the donkey sees the amount of change on the ground that's really complicated. Dylan doesn't keep spinning the donkey to move forward. So, you guys, when Dylan couldn't control the donkey and he knows how to control the words, he knows the night that's what it says. So, he knows the night that's going to take the underwear. Listen to this. So, even if you cannot control the donkey, you get in the way. That is very interesting because ultimately, again, the ministry of Noah sent him the fire. By the way, nighttime of our factor sister. So it's very interesting. When Dylan finally goes with the ministers of Noah, the ministers of Noah were surprised that he was dealing on a donkey. They said, where's your horse? Where's your horse? Let's go over it. So let's say, so I'm going to shut down to the Tiva. So let's say, this is great. So then it says, oh, you know what? Like, so he said, oh, this is a longer. It's in the shop. Right? My horse is out. My horse is out. It's racing. It's two of the reasons of being march times. On the night, I want to know if that's something else. So let's just say that people do this week. I've done years. Really, I'm the donkey. I'm the donkey. But to be about Alma, I'm going to be bothering you. I just need you to go ahead and transfer something like my transfer. You need to get my hitch. So you're going to be on you. So you should go ahead and put on my luxury vehicle. Like my, I'm going to touch on the bucket on a donkey like this. So if I'm going to do it, I should have what are you talking about? You're using all the time. You ride on me all the time. So it's really, I come to Alma. That's true. Sometimes I ride on you again when my primary, like the primary form of transportation is in the shop. So I always ride on you again. What are you talking about? You're riding on me again forever. I will actually also come my city shit that I love. Okay, right? And furthermore, again, the day she says, right, literally again, yeah, your services, I provide many services for you, right? Transportation and other, right? Transportation and other. That's the guy who does say primarily. But the fascinating about this is, we always see like, this is just the way shit does, you know, so she's like, it's such a heinous and disgusting guy. Like what you do to me and with me. At least recognize the role of Christ working in your life. And if you want to be a degenerate, you are a degenerate. Don't be an ingrate and a degenerate. This is incredible. So you know what it says? See, asking is going to pass it like you also ahora más de días a saber what is obviously again so when we got budget is done this one thing that we need on the bubble so let's show you that having a such charge on topic for this spot what people do is that comes to the perspective is angry that those words are really from this angry so just one moment again give them the get exact service every time we run themselves and we support them like yours for a good for my phone also in the wall we are shooting like your wall when my dance is your possession what does it mean that again when God is trying to pursue what does it mean the righteousness of Hashem my man dance is your possession and we're to follow himself to do that purpose is almost as she see nothing you know what the Lord is trying to pursue how much is it not like it is because so look at us go also in the Roman Russia you know the exactly what is the bad guy because what we said all the days that Roman was trying to pursue I did not get angry for one moment that entire time. So you know what it says? Shemale Kahasti Kabasai because had I gone ahead and gotten angry that entire time for that one moment, if you were going to constantly during that one moment, it would have destroyed you. If you were right, it would have destroyed you. So if that was a miraculous thing, I did not get angry at you at all during that entire time. So you know what it says? So the ball, I would come in and on the ball, my echo. We'll call up y'all. So what's this? This is New York. This is what Dana says. I got it all figured out. I know that if I could probably start doing one another thing to start to say me, I can destroy them. But I don't know what to tell you. God's not getting angry. And because God's not getting angry, therefore what? I am powerless to pay price. So I said, good story, good to the video of the cliffhanger, and that's what we'll finish up. You'll still up tomorrow. Gotta come back. Tremendous.
Again, I think it's the way just told you two things out of moderation. Just the weight of well, there you go. Perhaps the most Texas ending to a show humanly possible. It's not really funny at all. It's talking about how many guns are, you know what I mean? How loud can this place get for the great William Montgomery? Kill Tony, live in Austin, Texas, brought to you by the Yellow Rose and the Red Rose. Blue North and Vodka Seltzer. How about a hand for my guest tonight, Dylan Sullivan, everybody. He's on Instagram at Dylan Ray, SULL.
All right, so I'll say good morning. Good morning. We're going to begin by thanking all of the sponsors for this morning's here today. Our annual Hamatella sponsor production, they a person struck around itself. We're dedicating all the children trustos this year. As is the first to the solar levels to Amstel. Our Hamatella sponsors for the month of Nissan arriving with over Paul Pollock, the celebration of the Nissan birthdays of his wife, Kathy, and his granddaughter, Tekla Esther Pollock. Anonymous sponsorship brings the host of Singles for all of our children. Occasion to be a month of English Shema, the cloudy snow, and affirmation becoming memory of Avram's mother, Sarah, Reina, Bas, Yoshua, Esther, and Sichon, Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Jackie College, the nation of the U.S. and Paul's father, Shmuel Ben, Zechariah, and his grandmother, Cyril, and Jordan, roughly up and married. All right, all the Guinness shows have been families in the summer, all the girls in the Jewish establishment, coach, and the Israel. We also have to bring home our pastor, the Carol, and our Holy Soldiers, to test the Paul at Master. What's with that? I want to see a lot. You say about that today, that is Coupe 105. We are picking up the message on Dalit Amagriz 104b, about 15 lines down from the top. We are in a beautiful Gemara right now that's called the moving Gemara, talking about the Psukim from Eichel. So the Gemara says as follows: Bachol tivke b'alayla. So again, speaking about the Yisrael and Yisrael, she cries at night. The Gemara points out the idea that it's Bachol tivke, it's two fields, two crying. So why double crying? She the fields hello Lama. Why the two crying in this evening? Amar Rabba, Amar Yochanan, Echad al Mikdash Rishon, ve'Echad al Mikdash Sheni. One cry ultimately again for the destruction of the first case of Mikdash, and one cry for the destruction of the second case of Mikdash. Balayla. So why is crying at night? Ishki Lailas. There's a deeper metaphor in this. What's the cry at night? For that which occurred at night. What is this in reference to? Shneimar was a very profound Shneimar. Vatisa kola ida vayifin kolon vayifkwa amba laila hagu. A reference to Chet Meraglim, sin of the spies. The Apostle says that when the spies came back, delivered their disastrous report, so the entire nation began to cry that night. The Gemara says, that night was the night of Tisha B'Av. And again, so Hakadosh Baruch Hu says to Klal Yisrael, you're crying for absolutely no reason. In other words, there's nothing wrong with our Yisrael's conflict. I will give you a true reason to cry for future generations. A very overwhelming why does it say that Bachotiv Kabbat? So listen, just trying to understand the idea over here is that Yerushalayim is like this widow who cries. Well, the widow cries by day, the widow cries by night. Why does Eicha highlight the nighttime cries? Because when you cry at night, the voice carries more. Since at night is less back. Even though this goes when you cry at night, so to speak, that the stars and constellations cry along with you. And notice it furthermore, that when a person cries at night, anyone else who hears those cries along with them. Now the truth is the straight answer as we built on the previous two. When you cry at night, ultimately the voice carries. When you cry at night, the stars, the constellations cry along with you. There's this profound sense of crying. Because of that, when people hear other people crying at night, it's almost as if the crying spreads. So it's a very beautiful Gemara, profound Gemara. Maisavi Isha Achas, Entosh Davigamil, Shamis Bina. There was a story of a particular woman. She was the neighbor of Davigamil, and she lost her son. Both Allah Balayla, and she would cry over him every night. Shamra Davigamil Kolot, the Bachar Kinevja. Davigamil heard her crying, and he began to cry as well. Now let's say that this is such a profound Gemara about empathy. And in order to hear this bereaved mother crying over her child, Davigamil himself would cry, Actually, say literally again, crying until his eyelashes fell out. To the point of like physical detriment. The next thing is to realize what was happening, how much he internalized his pain, and he moved him to a different place. Also, the idea of here is tear on the cheek. And this represents this idea of crying, and the crying doesn't stop. Right? The tears are always there. There are different kinds of losses in this world. There's a loss that you cry over, but then you're able to move forward. And then there are other losses that sometimes paralyze us in place. This idea of tears on the cheek represents this second type of loss. Where the loss is almost like immobilizing. The tear is always there. What type of loss is that? Like a woman who loses the husband of her youth. Actually says that it's the both of Hamid and it's in the Suya Bin Asad. The woman who loses the husband of her youth, that's the man who she marries in the absence of his marriage. The person who she intended on building for a life with. When she loses that life partner, it's almost like an inconsolable loss that's there. That's how the person describes the loss of Yerushalayim. Incredible. She and I like you can slap her, you're a sack, how you sell it, so literally again the enemies become like co-leaders. And Rabbi, if you cause problems for cloudy slow, you are catapulted to greatness. This is an interesting idea. The more you oppress and the more you hate cloudy slow, you'll be made a leader. You made a leader. שנאמר, כי לא מוח להשם יצחק לא תעיף הראשון, הכל ארץ זבולון בארץ נפתלי ואחר נפתלי הים, הווה הירדן גוליו הקולי. So this is an interesting idea. That essentially, in order to hurt cloudy spell, you have to have a position of prominence. The prophet doesn't deliver us into the hands of a no one. And therefore, someone's going to attack us, I guess if you're going to be given a position of exalted leader. I don't know, well, I makes it easy, so there will be again, whoever calls the cloudy spell never tires. It's almost as if some of the people have boundless energy in order to be able to afflict their people. Well, they can go over that. I'm going to be open on you can improve on in the Torah. What's interesting enough, while they can go over there is almost like saying these fellows should not be fooled. So the way you see proving on the Torah, what's proving? So Rashi identifies as a proving is an expression that means that sometimes when something bad happens, a person would say you should never experience this type of misfortune. That's called proving. So that's the concept is saying, well, they can over there, what's happened to us shouldn't happen to anyone else. This is the white side. Come over there from the bottom of the lab, we can over at us. The stone, so the Shrafi treated Yerushalayim, right, the Yerushalayim Kabisel, as if he were over Aldash, as if he transgressed the tenets of himself. So, either the stone saved by Hashem into our stone. Like by stone, it says that Hashem caused it to rain down fire on stone. Yerushalayim saved, Yimaron Shalach each Bas Mosa by Yerushalayim. It saved by Yigdal Avon Bas Amin Yekakas stone. Ultimately, again, the Pasuk says that prophet really says that the actions of Klal Yisrael surpass the actions of stone. That he must upon the Yisrael. Amalava, this is Amalava, neither you see the heights of Yerushalayim, so also this is incredible. But as terrible as, unfortunately, the behavior of Yerushalayim had become, Yerushalayim can still possess one attribute beyond stone. What was the attribute beyond stone? This is incredible. To the stone says, go. Shilasdachem, the yad ani ba'ayon lo mitzvah. In stone, there is no sharing. Like in stone, whatever you had, you kept for yourself. And again, nothing was ever shared with the other. Plus, listen to this thing. On the other hand, Yerushalayim said, the day in Moshe Mashmanos, Kishli Yadeh. Yerushalayim, the hunger and starvation had become so acute that literally, again, something the women ate their own children. And also the women said it's just such a fascinating twist. Even when they cooked their own children, they invited their neighbors. In other words, they shared what they had together. Which is also like such an overwhelming thing. So in stone, there was such depravity, and in the midst of all the depravity, there was also an unwillingness to be able to be there and to help the other. In Hawaii, even things became most terrible, people were always going to look out for one another. Incredible. Because the Sira Kalani Hashem, the person who says to his friend, his currency, which was once worth so much, is now worth nothing. Why is this so? Remember again, in Echa is the closing over the Aleph days. Interesting enough, if you look at the concept, if the now opened up against you, if you notice that K is before I, even though nobody I is before K, because came out of the earth, the Shemarat Rusha, 100 Mashra Ra'u Be'erim. Because the Mashra says something with the nose, even though they did not see it with their eyes. In other words, if you look at this disastrous report about Eretz Yisrael, even though it was not truly reflective of what they saw. Ochle ani, ochle lechem Hashem, ochle lechem, ochle ani, lechem Hashem, lo karau, amrava, amrava, kalo ochle lechem she'Yisrael, chaim tam lechem. She'ino ochle lechem she'Yisrael, ino chaim tam lechem. Never eat the better part of Yisrael, the taste of bread truly is. Whoever doesn't eat the better part of Yisrael won't taste the bread truly is. Also, that is the better part of history. Because I said, bread represents sustenance. Bread represents the core of existence. If you want to understand what existence is, look at Klal Yisrael. If you look at anyone else, you'll find pieces of what it means to lead a meaningful life, but you won't find the entire picture. Only Klal Yisrael has the real lesson of existence. Hashem lo karata, not amra ila ganem. So this refers to the correct judges. Yishmael says, Elam Randik Tinetos. This refers to the teachers of young children who shirk their responsibility and do not do the proper chinuch for the Jewish children. Me, the Oipura President, and Yarashi, so that's the end of the day. The other mark was like, so now remember again, the primary topic that the Gemara is occupied in is the list of the Greek Jews and before I dealt with the four regular people who don't have a portion in the Olam Haba. So the Gemara says, by the way, who compiled the list? Who decided who's on this list and who's not on this list? So Ravashi, Shake GUINNESS Hagidola, is actually GUINNESS Hagidola, Renegade Assembly. Was the rabbinic body that was essentially constituted from the end of the second year, first base in the Tush to the second base in the Tush. That's actually what it's they did a lot of things, like they created Tefillah as we know it today. So they created this list. They did a lot of big shoe old Windows effort. So they wanted to add another person to this list, and this is actually pretty wild. The Gemara says they wanted to add Shlomo HaMelech to this list. It wasn't out. Remember again, we've already seen this before. The next thing I'm from himself is that by Shlomo says, Vayas hara b'nei Hashem. That Shlomo did which was terrible in the eyes of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, and the person seems to attribute that he worshipped idolatry. Now, the Gemara clarified that what happening was Shlomo married a lot of women. His wives brought in a lot of idolatry, and he did nothing to stop its practice. So, in that sense, he's responsible for idolatry, even though he himself never worshipped idolatry. So they wanted to add Shlomo to the list. So the Gemara says, so he comes before them, Kiviyachal appears to them, and David Anasio prostrates himself before them, saying, please don't do this. They paid no attention to him. Fire came down from the heavens. It started like literally again, like looking at their benches. And Ashmi said, because again, clearly he felt his voicing his displeasure with this decision, but yet they did not pay any attention to it. Remember again, Lo Bashanayim, which probably doesn't decide Torah, but he decide Torah. Yotz Sabas Kova, Amra Lahem, Chazis Ish Mever Melachto, his name was Yisatzi, by Yisatzi was there for him, Mishahim Sagan. So then the Baskel comes out, and the Baskel says, ultimately, again, have you seen a man who does his work quickly? The fourth things he will be. What does this mean? So because Baruch Hu says, so it says, Mishahim, they see the they sow. So first of all, Shlomo built my house before his house. He built the Mikdash before he built his own house. Not only that, it took him 7 years to build my base in Mikdash and 13 years to build his own house. The Gemara says, with name of Malachim is Yatzid, So again, so the Baskel was saying, how could such a man be confined to a king to that way? But he should dwell amongst the rest of the king once again, or Yakala. The occupants of Noah paid no attention to this Baskel. They just felt that it was incorrect. As you know, he read the Baskel of Amra, and Hameim of Ishamelech in the aspect, the attractive part of the law. I mean, finally, was they come to the Baskel and guys, listen, all of Rabbi is my property. It's not yours. You don't decide who goes to Olam Haba and who doesn't go to Olam Haba, and you don't understand what this law is. So therefore, again, it's so interesting to say that essentially he's probably trying to intervene in a more mild manner, although it's pretty straight, you know. And at the end, essentially what he says is, yes, you're right. Allah belongs to you. Allah belongs to you. Decision-making processes when it comes to the adjudication of law belong to you. But at the end of the day, when it comes down to who goes to Olam Haba, who doesn't come to Olam Haba, that's up to you. That's up to you. And therefore, Shlomo was not
Yo, big dog, are you a member of my Discord?
We were bought in the Olam Haba. Those are the Darshan
Join my Discord, big man.
Rashi says over here.
There's a bunch of people in here.
Darshan Psukim, Yitzir, as Harash and Yipsav, and I say, Olam Shem, Kulam Yish,
Alright, join my Discord, big dog.
So I say, the Darshan Yishumas say everyone has a portion. Everyone, again, I say this is the opening line of Mishnah. Always, Yishim Kelik Olam Haba. Everyone has a portion in the Lord. Even Menashe, even the Rabbi, even the three evil kings. So you know, it's incredible. So, Kulamon Olam Shneimar, Ligilad, Menashe, Ephraim Ma'oz Roshi, Yehudim Chokiki, Moab Sirachzi, Al Edom Ashkef Ne'ali, Alai Koshas Israel. Who is it? Ligilad, Ze'achov, Shinachov Ranos Gilad. Who died in the battle of Ramot Gilad. Next, Menashe, Ephraim Ma'oz Roshi, who is at Turkey, Zeir Rabam, who cost him Ephraim. First, Rabam, who gave him a shot of Ephraim. Yehudim Chokiki, who was my scepter, Ze'achitofel. Therefore, Ze'achitofel, David HaMelech, son of his advisor, top of Kufay Bosai, Dikasim Yehuda, who came from the tribe of Yehuda, Seir Moab, Sirachzi, what does that mean? Gehazi, Shalaka al Iske Rechitza. Gehazi was stricken with mountains because of the issue of washing, which has to do with the Naaman, the general of Aram, who was stricken with Salas. Elisha tells him to go ahead and immerse himself in the Yarden. He does so. Naaman wants to go ahead and reward Elisha. Elisha says, I want your money. Gehazi afterwards came on his own and said, Elisha changed his mind. Not lied. This is the change his mind. But Gehazi was using this opportunity for his own financial advancement. Okay, the Gemara goes back to Gehazi Shalaka is Gehazi. Al Edom Ashlich Na'alim, Zed Doeg Hadron. Therefore, it's Doeg. Alai Fleshes Israeli. So the Alai Fleshes Israeli, so it says, so what does that mean? So what it says, first of all, I just want to point out, this is incredible. Right? The Darshan Yishumos. Ultimately, again, I'll try to understand that everybody's a close home. Now, listen, before we go on, I just mentioned something absolutely amazing, which is what does this mean? What's going on over here? And why aren't these people identified? Like, who are these Rabbanim? Who are these Darshan Yishumos? So what's interesting to note is as follows. How does Rashi define Darshan Yishumos? Darshan Psukim. The people who look for deeper meaning in Psukim. And what does this mean to say? In life, when you look at a person, it is very easy to size up your shortcomings and your strengths. Right? And for some reason, the Rabbi program does like this ability to see the weaknesses of the others relatively quickly. We can just kind of like see that just when you that person for a couple of minutes. You can see everything that's broken about them. The avoda in life is to go out of your way to see the good. To see the bad is easy. To see the broken kite is easy. To see the good takes a lot of work. So you can really see what's interesting over there. To say that Menashe, to say that Yerabam, Achav, Menashe, don't have a feeling of Habo, that's easy. That's easy. Just read the nothing. And you can see why they will not have the portion in the world. But here's the shayla. Do you want to be a Darshan Yishumos? Do you want to be someone who looks for the good in someone? Do you want to find someone ultimately again who pushes themselves to go out of their way to see the good? Sometimes to see the good in someone, you have to be a darsh of Yeshuos. You have to be someone who's willing to look into psukim. You have to be someone who's going to understand deeper meanings. You have to be willing to go ahead and see beyond that which is written and to look below in order to be able to find something that is good. But if you're willing to be a darsh of Yeshuos, if you're willing to be someone who looks in the deep meaning of psukim, going to be someone who reinterprets the different meaning of different words, then you will find something good in every single person, even in the most evil, even in a Meshach, even in a Yeravam, even in an Amcha. It's just a question of how you want to live with people. Pashat Pshat, Menashe, Yeravam, Achot, even in some Chacham Hava. Darshim Shumos, which means those who want to look beneath the surface and really look to try to find it. Because you know, sometimes in life, if you want to see the good in someone, you have to work really hard. Because there's a lot of people who on the surface present really badly, and beneath the surface present really badly. And even a little bit beneath the initial surface, still present really badly. And if you really do Darshim Shumos, dig deeper and deeper and deeper, in every yid, you find something beautiful. You find something magnificent. You just have to be willing to undertake. It's incredible. Remember goes weiter. Aber auch der Chance, because by the one from Rabbi David, Charlie is a pretty good origins banner. Es banner dat Mata also. Incredible. The Malach Yashar says to the Bible, if David Amelech, right? If David Amelech goes and it comes before you, they must say this is so beautiful. Now what happens? So according to these approaches, like all of these people who we just mentioned were people who were exclusive of Hava according to these Gemaras, right? Not just the three kings, but Doeg, Achi, Tofel, all of these people now go to Olam Haba. So the Malach says that there's nothing. So what's going to happen? Right? You're going to let these people into Olam Haba. And then David Amelech is going to see these people in Olam Haba. David Amelech is going to see his trusted advisor, Achi, Tofel, who turned on him. Doeg has Domi, who incited Shaul to try to kill him. David is going to come to Olam Haba. He's going to walk into the expansion of Olam Haba. And who's going to see? He's going to see this Chavra over there. David is going to come to him. He's going to be all upset. What are you going to say to him? So this is incredible. So, Ma'ata Oshalo, Amar Lahem, Alai La'asosan Reim Zevasa. So he's 12 years don't worry about it. You know my job is to make David and Melech friends with Achitofel and with Doeg Hadin. If they meet each other in the base Olam Haba, my job is to make them friends, make them real, make them friends. Unless they wouldn't overwhelming to my essentially, their father just came out and also stay near them. Which obviously we begin to see over and over when it comes to Olam Haba, the Rosh himself, as you said, says Malachim, that's your business. I got this. And I also how incredible is this. If David runs into his former advocate, in which he says, my job is to make them friends. My job is to make them friends. Because the Lord says such overwhelming people. Maybe sometimes you hurt. Maybe, and I don't know, maybe it's a function of Olam Haba. Maybe it could even happen in this world, that even adversaries, right? Even Jewish adversaries, somehow, someway, can become real. I don't know if it can happen in this world, or maybe it's only something that happens in Haba. And at the end of the day, another thing to look forward to in the afterlife is that even the most bitter of enemies, even a David and David and a Doeg, when Yer Hashem sit and occupy the same space in Olam Haba. Overwhelming. Madua. מדוע שוב העם הזה, ירושלים ישוע אמרה שוב הניצחת של כנסת ישראל לנביא. So this is Rabbi Yechezkel. So Rabbi Yechezkel is giving Moshe to Klal Yisrael. And what happens? So Klal Yisrael gave back the good to the Navi. I'm not Navi. Sorry, Zechariah. Rabbi Zechariah said to them, Chazor b'tshuva. Go ahead and do tshuva. After all, Avosechem shechatu heifan. So the Navi says to Christ, the Navi Zechariah says to Christ, do tshuva. Because look what happened to your ancestors who didn't do tshuva. They're no longer here. Klal Yisrael is great. Klal Yisrael says back, Aral Lahem, Amru Lo, in the Biachem shechatu heifan. So Zechariah is not exactly a good kind of. Right? Your ancestors who were valid tshuva are also dead. So our ancestors are dead, your ancestors are dead. So either way, they're dead. So why is it trying to live with the tshuva? You know, as a shalem, I will say, I agree. Vayadin ala olam yichyu, on the other hand, I will say, chazru v'hodu. So again, so the Chaim says your ancestors were strong enough to do tshuva shneimar. Activate the book Yeshua Tzvi says at the end of the year, Shmuel Amar, Bo Hashem Adam Shul L'Cholach, Bay Shul L'Cholach. Shmuel says what ended up happening was 10 people who came and sat before the Navi. This was the episode of the Shabbat L'Cholach. On the other hand, here's the tshuva. So the Navi says to them, the tshuva. Amrullah, listen to this. So this is very profound exchange. So the Navi says to this group of 10 people, do tshuva. They say back to the Navi, Amrullah, Eved Shemakru Rabbo, V'isha Shegar Shabayla, Klum Yish Lozeh Al Zeh. So it's interesting. So the Jews say back to the Navi, right? If you have an Eved who was sold by his master, or a woman who was divorced by her husband, could the master have any expectation of the Eved, or could the husband have any expectation of his wife? What they were telling the Navi was that the Ribono Shel Olam has cast us away. He's cast us away. We've been rejected by the master. We've been rejected by the husband. So what do you want from us? In fact, listen, it's so profound. By the way, begin to see this is the theme over and over in Sefat Gemara. Even when Klal Yisrael was worshiping Avodah Zarah, there was still such a connection to Hashem. And you can see Klal Yisrael, at least in this exchange over here, suddenly because they felt rejected by the Ribono Shel Olam. Allah HaKadosh Baruch Hu Navi, Lechem Alahem. Yisrael says to Navi, Eiz Sefer Krisos Inchem Hashem Shlachtia. O Mimano Sheshem Echarti Eshem Lo Hein Ba'avorosechem Nimkartem O B'Shachem Shalcha Inchem. Yisrael says back to the Navi, ask Klal Yisrael, where's your get? Where's your get? Like, where's the document of sale that says that I sold you this? Well, he says, no. Don't put this on me. I didn't reject you. You rejected me. But now what you're doing is you rejected me, and now you're projecting on me, God, that I rejected you. I'll say such a profound, so much psychology here. I'll say in like the worship of idolatry. How again, Klal Yisrael plays the role of the victim. You reject us. I rejected you. You spent generations sinning. You rejected me. And now you feel guilty for all of that rejection. So now you're projecting on me that I rejected you. Where's the document of sale? I never divorced you. I never sent you away. I never sold you out. Now the original just might have said, David Abdi, the Nebuchadnezzar Abdi, what does it mean in the Pasuk? David, my servant, and the Nebuchadnezzar, my servant. Says the Lord is me. David, the Adol of Hamish, Amar Bahaya Olam, Shasiti Yisrael Omar Kach. So people, sorry. This Baruch Hu said, Klal Yisrael would say this. The Fichach, take them out of this Baruch Hu, the Kara Abdo, Eved, the Kara Abdo, Eved should come in the Chassin, Eved means the Chassin. So also this is fascinating. You know, it sounds strange that when Baruch Hu calls David his servant and Nebuchadnezzar his servant. So first of all, it's saying that we always understand that when Nebuchadnezzar did, it wasn't Nebuchadnezzar was his Baruch Hu. Nebuchadnezzar was the agent. If I call Nebuchadnezzar the servant of God, then he's the master. He's the master. Which Baruch Hu. Now what does that mean? When he's a servant of the master, whatever the servant requires, the master requires. Even when we were conquered by Nebuchadnezzar, and under his domain, we are under the domain of the Eved, but we still belong to his Baruch Hu. This idea. Never is there a rejection by a HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Even when we are conquered and subjugated by others, those others themselves are according to Hashem, and being a servant to the servant still means that what? I belong to the master. There is such an overwhelmingly profound and beautiful humility. Never are we rejected by our Baruch. We may reject God, which does happen, and as a result, sometimes there's a feeling of guilt having rejected God. So we project onto God that He rejected us, but there's nothing further from the truth. And Ribono Shel Olam never rejects us. He loves us too much to ever reject us. He loves us too much to ever sell us out. He loves us too much to ever give up on us. It's incredible. Va'ola al ruchachem, haya lo siasha atem omi, yekadai v'shmachos hara. So it's the sharis, eat va'even, chaya min omer shalom elokim. Lobia, Kazaka, Ubizwan, Suya, Ubuki, Shpuka, Umrochame, Umradnachim, Kolkia, Risva, Risak, Rasmona, Amon, Lefakimon. Let us Baruch Hu give us any years He wants at us, but at least redeem us. As you must say, sometimes, it's almost as if, like in a relationship, sometimes there's tension, and you're not feeling anything, you're not saying anything. But you know that there's all this tension building, and what do you want more than anything? Like, let's do this. Just like get it out. Whatever it is, as ugly as it's going to be, let's just go ahead and have the negativity. Let's have the yelling, the screaming, and let's have the argument, or whatever it is. Let's just get it done. Let's keep doing this. Hashem, just always give it up for whatever you've got, just bring it. Let's do this. Accept whatever repercussions of our actions are, and then we want to be with you. The Yisrael Mishpat on the Kav Yomenu. Omra Baruch Hana Omra Navi Yisrael. This is beautiful. Let's say. Navi Yisrael. Chazir b'tshuva. Do tshuva. Let's say. You know it's really amazing. The end of the day, life is so complicated. It's not that complicated. It all comes down to two words. Chazir b'tshuva. It's all that's another obviously it's much simpler said than done. But just the truth, just come back to me. We spend our lives running away from our powerful and then justifying why we're really allowed to run, or why it's not really running, or why because I subscribe to this and don't have to do all these different things. It's exhausting. Then hashkafas me, then ideologies me, then life approaches, all these different things to justify running away from our powerful and shirking of our religious responsibilities. We get so tired instead of just coming back here. Just give ourselves over to just Chazir b'tshuva. That's it. There's no force. I'm waiting for you. So Chazir b'tshuva. So what happens? Our low, aid on the phone. Like says we can't. Why? Yitzhak hara sholei panu. It was this Gemara is gold. So the Rabbi says, tell yourself, just b'tshuva, just come back. Rabbi says we can't. We have a Yitzhak hara. And Yitzhak hara is so powerful. Yitzhak hara is so overwhelming. So what does the Rabbi do? What does the Baruch Hu say? The Baruch Hu says, Amar lahem Yisru Yitzreichem. So ultimately, what does the Baruch Hu say? Back. Right, essentially, pulling the big white hands, right, and take control of the situation. I got it. You have Yitzhak hara. I got it. Take control. So also, it's really interesting. That statement clearly indicates almost like a lack of control. I would come back, but I'm not in charge. There's Yitzhak hara. The Baal Shem Tov said, Yisrael Yitzreich, which literally means chastise your Yitzhak. Take control. Take the reins of your life. So Tov said, you understand what's happening in this conversation over here? This is what you go through every single day. I'm not accomplishing what I'm going to do. I'm not doing things I want to do. I'm not the person that I want to be. And if you ask me why it's not happening, why isn't it happening? There's just a list of reasons. Right? Now, what's interesting, by the way, is what's the commonality in that entire list? Right? It has nothing to do with me. Right? It's my father never did this, my mother never did this, my stepfather never got into all the other things, right? And there's a whole list of things that are responsible for why I am not the person I need to be. And everyone else is blamed. Everyone else has a contributing role to why I am underperforming. There's only one core person that's missing from that list. There's only one person with no responsibility for everything that has gone down, and that's me. There's one person who's going to be there. This is happening in this conversation. There's Rabbi says, put your act together. Do tshuva. Listen, tshuva is not just a song of the belly. Tshuva means the act. Pulling yourself in your life together. All these sources, you love to do tshuva, but what do you want to do? Yitzhak hara, woe is me. All these problems in my life, but not me. It's not my fault. It's nothing to do with me. It's everyone else who's not pulling their weight. Therefore, I can't do my part. You're outsourcing your responsibility. You're outsourcing your success to everyone else. The success of your life resides with one person and one person only, and that's you. The bulk of your life stops with one person and one person only, and that's you. Success in life is dependent on one person and one person only, and that is you. So rein it in. Rein it in. Take control. If you notice, by the way, the struggle doesn't say it's not a struggle. That was a struggle. Struggle is a struggle. But I have control over whether or not I navigate, how I navigate that struggle. Which Claudius says, Well, Hashem, you created it, so you need to deal with it. Claudius says, emotional essentially, you made the mess, you clean it up. Like, we didn't make the Yitzhara, we didn't ask the Yitzhara, sure, you created it, so because you created it, ultimately, again, you have to deal with it. So we'll say, by the way, that's how the Gemara ends. That's how it ends. So by the way, can you call the truth or not? Call the truth or not? No. Well, how do we know it is the truth? Because the conversation goes back. It's a circular conversation. Because Klaisman once again says, well, God, it's not my problem. You created the Yitzhara, you did this, you cleaned it up. And I was like, sure, because when I failed to take responsibility for my situation, I'm so scared of taking responsibility. Because what happened to take responsibility? What happened to take responsibility? If I take responsibility, then I have to look in the mirror and I have to recognize that. Almost all of the failures in my life are mine. They're my failures. And that hurts. And that's difficult. And that's painful. And most of us do not want to deal with that pain. So instead, we spend a lifetime running from responsibility and attributing fault to anyone or everyone else around us. And so we never take responsibility, can't do it. And instead, if you just find the courage just to say, okay, I own it. It's me. Yeah, almost every single thing that's gone wrong in life is me. But I own it. But here's the good news. Once you overcome that pain and that feeling of almost like debilitating shock of responsibility for things that happen in your life, you're going to realize something amazing. And like Rabbi Nachman says, if you believe that you have the ability to break it, then you have the ability to fix it. The reins are then mine. And once the reins are mine, there's no turning back. I can control action. I can fix my life. I can do what I need to do. The tragedy is the conversation ends off the same way it ended off the last 2,000 years. When it comes to a problem, it's always someone else's problem. If it's someone else's problem, chances are find courage to own it. When you really come to Bible Shiva. Arba Hayotos were the four Hayotos who never did all of Haba. Bilam, Goeg, Achikofel, Gechazi. So Bilam, below Am. What's his name? Bilam. So Bilam means below Am, without a nation. Never Akar. Bilam, Shebola Am. Literally, again, he brought down a nation. That's actually, you're going to see that's a reference to when Bilam was unable to curse us. He's going to give Balak the idea about the immorality. Ben Ba'ar, Sheba al Bihir. Why is it called Ben Ba'ar? Because he had a relationship with his donkey. We'll come back to that. Tana, the verse says, Tana, Hu Ba'ar, Hu Kushan Rishasayim, Hu Lavan Ha'arami. That's pretty wild. So Bilam's father was Ba'ar. So the verse says, by the way, this guy Ba'ar, his name is he's Ba'ar, he's Kushan Rishasayim, and he's also Lavan. Wow. He's also Lavan. So the Gemara says Ba'ar, Sheba al Bihir. So ultimately, he's called Ba'ar because he had a relation with the donkey. Kushan Rishasayim is called Kushan Rishasayim, the Avish Te Vishios Israel, because he did two terrible things. To Klal Yisrael. Right? Achas b'mei Yaakov, v'achas b'mei Yaakov. Achas b'mei Yaakov, v'achas b'mei Shvot HaShoftim. One was during the days of Yaakov, that would be a reference that he was with Lavan, and the other during the days of Yoshua. Okay, so the Gemara says, Rashi says, I'm sorry, La'achar Misas Yoshua, after Yoshua died. Okay, the Gemara says, Umash Mo, what was his actual name? Lavan Ha'aram. His actual name was Lavan. Interesting. So the Gemara says, us that Bilam was the son of Laban. Bilam was the son of Laban, which is pretty incredible. So the Gemara says, it wasn't in general that way, but also in the Quran. So none of these things actually mean, right? That doesn't mean that's actually Laban, and people are just blessed with longevity. Some of it possess the same mitzvah. Remember, you can see a similarity between Laban and Bilam, right? Both of them want the bunch. You can see, the Yomor, what do we say? What do we say in the Haggadah? Laban dictates La Parasa. Like, Laban wanted to do everything, but if Bilam dictates La Parasa, both of them have the same stated mission. The Gemara says, Ksiv ben Barak, Ksiv ben no Baal. So it says, the son of Baal. So in one passage it says that Bilam is the son of Baal, and then it indicates that Baal was the son of Bilam. Which one is it? Rabbi Yeshua. I'm sorry. Good. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. I'll give. You know who the Rabbi is. So in a certain respect, Baal was the son of Bilam, the son of his son when it came to prophecy. In other words, his father was Baal, his son was Bilam. Bilam was a great prophet of his father, and therefore he's like the father of his. He's like the father. He's a father to his father in the realm of prophecy. Okay, Bilam was Lo Asi La'Amadasi. Really awesome. So what's interesting? Now, the fact that it says that Bilam doesn't go to Olam Haba, what does that seem to indicate? That other Gentiles do go to Olam Haba. The non-Jews go to Olam Haba as well. So which the Gemara says, Mas Nisim Goni, who's the Nisimach, Shtimach Olges. Who's the thing in this respect? So the Gemara Rabbi Yeshua, he designed Rabbi Lazar Omer, Yeshua Rishon L'Sholah, Chogim Shech Elokim. So what's this? Yeshua Rishon L'Sholah. What does it mean that the wicked will go to the Sheol to get hammered? Elu Poshe Yisrael. This refers to the sinners of Israel. Chol Goyim Shech Elokim. All the Goyim who forget Hashem. Elu Poshe Kohavim. Now, this is interesting. If you notice over here, you see in the Gemara, you have a little bit of a yud days. So the changes, by the way, if you look over, it says Elo Umos Ha'olam. Really, it's supposed to say this refers to the nations of the world who do not have a portion in the world to come. So how do you become Poshe Kohavim? If you look at Agos 15, it says, right, Fusiyad Lefi HaSensor. This Gemara was censored. This was a censored Gemara. Originally said that again, members of the nation of the world do not have a portion in the world to come. All of them. That Olam Haba is for Jews. Olam Haba is for Jews, not for the nations of the world. The censors changed it ultimately again to say the sinners of the nations of the world don't go to Olam Haba, but everyone else does. The Rabbi Lazar, Rabbi Yeshua, once again, King Hemar, called the whole Goyim. Lo Nemar Elos Goyim Shech Elokim. Rabbi Yeshua Rishon L'Sholah. Who are the who did that? Whole Goyim Shech Elokim. What's that? You see what's in right hand saying? General Makol, yes. Do the nations of the world go to Olam Haba or not? So one of the things says yes. Only those who forget Hashem amongst nations of the world don't go to Olam Haba. And other things says no, Olam Haba is only for Jews, not for the most Olam. Okay. The Ab also Russia must listen to the even Bilam himself, obviously, our Mishnah clearly subscribes to the idea that the nation, righteous Gentiles, do go to Olam Haba. Right? Because again, otherwise, why are you excluding Bilam from Olam Haba? So our Mishnah clearly sides with the idea that Allah for the race of righteous Gentiles absolutely do go to Olam Haba. Okay? So the Gemara says, even Bilam himself gave a sin. What was the sin? Amar, Thomas Nafshi Mosishan. In Thomas Nafshi Mosishan, Yafarisi Kamo. In Lab, he called it Lami. So Bilam himself said, if I die a natural death, and that is usually the fact that I'll be going to Olam Haba. If I die a natural death, it seems to indicate that I'm not going to Olam Haba. Of course, Bilam didn't die a natural death. He was killed. So in the case of Olam Haba, Vael, basically, Moab is it. Remember again, he came back to Bilam's skull. So the elders of Moab and Midian come to try to recruit Bilam. Hana, Midian and Moab, Lahayalam, Shalom, was the example. The nations of Midian and Moab did not get along at all. So much Lishnei Kalav and Shaya, so if you want to here, they're collaborating. So what's going on over here? It's incredible. Much Lishnei Kalav and Shaya, the Eider, Bahai Suv, and Zilligas, to travel to two dogs, right? Who really did not get along, right? Always a lot of animosity. What happens? A wolf attacked one of the dogs. So the other dog says, I'm going to attack any Osho, Hayom, Horik Oso, or the Machar Ba'alai. So the second dog says, I will help the first dog, even though I really don't like him. Today the wolf is going to kill him. What's going to happen? Tomorrow the wolf is going to come and kill him. So therefore, again, it is better for me to partner with my dog. Essentially, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Right? The idea over here, so even though the dogs don't like each other, they united. Same idea. I'm on it. So Midian and Moab did not get along at all. But they had a common enemy of Paris. Therefore, they teamed up together. I'm going to pop behind the Inchi, Karkushka, the Shona, Altu, Hidula, the Tabra, the Dish, Gaga. Literally translated, the weasel and the cat had a feast from the fat of the one with bad mouth. Again, one of those ones that doesn't translate so well, right? Much better than the original Aramaic. So apparently the idea is cats and weasels don't get along. When they face a common enemy, they're willing to gang up together and feast an unvanquished enemy. So Vaish Messiah Mob in Bilam, so Gemara says that so they come to Bilam, and then the pasuk says that the messengers of Moab stayed with Bilam. So Gemara says, so where did the guys from Midian go? So came down with the room, we were qualified about Shilosi Eskandavar, Amar, Amru, Kumish, Av, Shasonias. So the messengers of Midian realized that once Bilam was unable to give them an immediate answer, he can see that Bilam come first probably so. And Bilam says, you know what, stay here tonight and I'll get back to you. They realized that once Bilam wasn't able to give them an immediate answer, something was going on. It wasn't going on. And they said, because the prophet was not going to go for this. Is there any such thing as a father who despises his son? Moshe was our father. So the message of the media realized it's probably not going to push them. He's just not going to push them. So they went home. I'm not going to. Chutzpah, this is incredible. Chutzpah, afilu kabe shmaya ma'ani. So chutzpah is a very powerful tool, right? In chutzpah, even again, the Baruch Hu is able to affect change. How so? It's Mekarik Sid, but so if you want, in the beginning when Bilam asked the Baruch Hu to go in first part of Israel, so the Baruch Hu says, don't go with them. And amazingly enough, Bilam insists, it says, go with them. Go with them. So what do you see from here? Bilam was chutzpahdik, right? Bilam was chutzpahdik, but chutzpah sometimes pays off. It looks like we know this in a way. Sometimes, chutzpah usually is understood in a negative way. Sometimes chutzpah can actually have very powerful and positive repercussions. Again, that's not the Bilam did not work well. But again, you see from me that when a person is adamant about something, sometimes even if the Baruch Hu admires, so to speak, they're adamant. I'm not sure it's just chutzpah, no, it's below tackle. Chutzpah is like a king that had a crown. That king that had a crown has the ability to affect some level of change, not complete change, but has the ability to affect some level of change. So, by the way, this goes back to yesterday's back. Remember again the story we saw about the two Jews being taken captive? Well, right, what did the captive say? I'm Sheikh Orikah. That's chutzpah. Jews have chutzpah. Jews have chutzpah. Chutzpah is part of what's kept us. Right? Chutzpah, the stiff neck piece of Klal Yisrael, ultimately, again, is what has sustained us throughout the ages. Chutzpah is powerful if used in the right way. Bilam was crippled in one of his legs. Shimshon b'shtei raglo. Shimon was crippled in both of his legs. Shneimar shvifon alei orach. No sheikh iktisnos. Bilam subach me'inapaya. Bilam was blind in one eye. Shneimar shesum ha'ayim. Good. Kosim ba'amasai. Furthermore, interestingly enough, he did sorcery with his makom milah. All right. I don't know. All right. Sigmar says, it says over here, no felt the heck. Okay. No felt the galoi inayim. Siv hasam in a common no felt alakita. So lashon no felt has like the lashon like a connotation of intimacy. So see from here that again, his sorcery was done again. Sorcery was done with the makamila itmar. Marzutra Amar Kosim Ba'amasahaya. Marzutra said that again he did sorcery again with his makamila. Marbit Ravina Amar Sheba al Asona. listen to what it means is he engaged morally with his guns. Right? Gemara says, so Bermanda Rakos and Allah Subhanahu Bidamino. Brother says that he did sorcery again with his Amos that we just saw before. Manda Rabala Solo, I know that he originally did that. Sifafa Kara Shafav, Hasam Bain Bibragla on the place Kara Nafal Shafav. So once he used the same mushroom over here as Kara, right? Literally catching over. It's the same mushroom that's used by Sisra and Yah, where according to the Medrash, she had a relationship with him. Now you're there, that's Alyon, and ultimately again, so Bilam knew that that's the Rabbis wanted. Hashtag that's Bandova Haviyada, that's Alyon Haviyada. So again, Bilam couldn't control the donkey, right? You know, it was the story, right? Where Bilam, the donkey refuses to move forward because the donkey sees the malach, the angel with the outstretched sword that's under him. Bilam doesn't see it. Bilam keeps hitting his donkey to move forward. So the Gemara says Bilam couldn't control his donkey, and he knows how a Baruch works. So my that's the Gemara says. So the Gemara says, my that's man. So the Amrulay says this. So what does it mean that he cannot control his donkey? The Amrulay, is very interesting because ultimately again, the ministers of Moab said to him the following: Amrulay, my Kamalora Chafte Sisya. So this is very interesting. When Bilam finally goes with the ministers of Moab, the ministers of Moab were surprised that he was rolling on a donkey. He said, where's your horse? Where's your horse? Right, what's going on here? So I say, Sha'analahu, Shaddai Berativa. So I say, this is great. So Bilam says, oh, you know what? Like, it's fantastic. Like, you know, why you in anger? And a guy like you, right? A guy like you, so I don't know, where's your Cadillac? You know, so he says such things. He says, oh, this is the loaner. It's in the shop, right? You know, my horse is out. You know, my horse is out, it's racing. It's doing its thing. It's the really means like in the marshlands. On the leg, Allah knows he has some come. So once it's said, really? I'm a loner? I'm the donkey. I'm the donkey. Yeah, Bilam says, yeah, you're my donkey, but the Tina Ba'alma. I don't really divide on you. I just use you to go ahead and transport stuff. You're like my transport. You're my hitch. Remember, you're my U-Haul hitch that I usually go ahead and put on my horse. I would never have to be cut down on a donkey like this. So donkey says, really? Asher Achafta Alai. What are you talking about? You use me all the time. You ride on me all the time. No. I cry about Alma, but that's not true. Sometimes I ride on you again when my primary form of transportation is the old Friday on that's what I'm talking about. You're riding on me again for forever. Okay, right? And furthermore, again, the donkey says, right, literally again, Donkey says, I provide many services for you, right? Transportation and other. Right, so the donkey, by the way, what's fascinating about this is you always see, like, it's interesting, like, the donkey is like saying to Bilam, at least the deer knock your toes. You know, at least, obviously, he's such a manoeuvre, like, he's such a base and disgusting guy. Like, what you do to me and with me, at least recognize the role that I played in your life. Like, you want to be a degenerate, you are a degenerate. Don't be an ingrate on the degenerate. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, Siv Hafa, Haskin is like, which is also a philosopher. Allah might be a day at that time. Obviously, again, one of those guys arguing with donkeys. What does it mean that you are a donkey? So Rosh Hashanah, the having also Shah Shah's working for his spot. What Bilam knew is the exact moment that the Shwanku gets angry. That Torah's rules like the Rosham gets angry for just one moment a day. Bilam knew that exact moment. I mean, Sefarna my God's Balak Me'achor. What does it mean? What does it mean, the righteousness of Hashem? How much no one Bilam was trying to pursue how much tzedakah I give you. Also, remember again, Bilam knew the exact moment that God got angry. When Baruch said a miracle, all the days that Bilam was was trying to curse you. I did not get angry for one moment that entire time. So the Gemara says, because had I gone ahead and gotten angry that entire time for that one moment, if Bilam would have cursed you during that one moment, it would have destroyed you. If Bilam would have destroyed you. So His Prophet says, miraculously, I did not get angry at you at all during that entire time. So the Gemara says, so interesting enough, this is what Bilam was saying to Bala. Bala, I've got it all figured out. I know that if I curse Klal Yisrael during this one moment when His Prophet gets angry, I can destroy them. But I don't know what it is to tell you. God's not getting angry. And because God's not getting angry, therefore what? I am powerless to curse Klal Yisrael. I don't say, mid-story, I'm leaving over here a little bit of a cliffhanger, and that's we'll finish up with Bilam tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Here's the joke. A lot of people ordering their joke books for the holidays right now. You can buy your official Tony joke book directly from him on Instagram. Or custom. If you want to anything customized and your wife's face. Of course, the great Ryan J. Email also with a ton of Kill Tony. And volume 3 of the new Kill Tony art book coming soon. This is exciting. Ladies and gentlemen, this is this young lady's second ever appearance on the show. The first time she was on the show, she absolutely killed. We literally were talking about recently about how we wanted her to get back up here. She signs up every week. Make some noise for Molly Ivan, everyone. It's a very funny young lady.
This morning share. Today, Baruch Hashem. Our top daily sponsor for top share today is 57.85. A little bit of a different sponsorship this morning at Southern Source English. A big massive drop. We just friend Benjamin Wall on the marriage of Benjamin's dear son Kibble to Shira, a beautiful couple. Where Yetz Hashem gives endless connections to all of Klal Yisrael. Incredible. From a daily sponsor for Month of Research. Thank you today. Talking to the also via a call on WhatsApp yesterday. Thank you, Claire Jackie Pollock, in celebration of the recent birthdays of his wife Jackie and his granddaughter Tikva Esther Pollock of New Jersey. Mazel Tov, Yetz Hashem continues celebrations of the month of Nisan. And the anonymous telephone sponsor for the month of Nisan and the source of simchas for all of our children and for Nisan to be the month of the Shemot of Klal Yisrael on May. And I report morning, going back to college, and wishing the outside of his father Shmuel ben Zechariah, great grandmother Sarah Bas from his grave. I was in the Shem Shem area. I got one sponsor for today, Saeed and Sarah Hickey, in honor of the Pastor of the Yeshaya learner to Royal Hannah Harenfeld in Mazel Tov. The honor of Shoshana and continued blessings from the entire Mishpah. Nalta, from the original Nalta, the life in the Hashem, the Shabbat, the Zephyr, the Lord, the Son, the Kabbalah. And Yetz Hashem seeing both the singing and the other help of the Kedusha of Mazel Tov. I know that's what Shalom told us. Mazel Tov. Was there a question you dedicate all over this course? You know, social media, all of our hostages, our holy soldiers should be successful. The whole announcing the day of indeed. The month of Nisan should be a Geula, and Yetz Hashem, a personal Geula, national Geula, Yetz Hashem, the color. Those of that, let us be a lot to do today. Great God, great God for us today. and he's got this Kuf Dalit. He opened it up on Kuf Gimel on the beginnings. He left us a 10 which is about 15 lines down from the Kuf. Daniel, heard the news today. Avshalom is going on. Avshalom doesn't have a portion in the North Carolina. Avshalom, the son of Gabriel, who lived in rebellion against his father. So Avshalom doesn't have a portion in the Shemar. But of course, Avshalom didn't see that Kuba of Mazar is a little bit. So the Shemar is a Shemar. Achos, the Achashon, the Omarki of the Kasher Bahar Bayas, Hara Hashem. You're trying to do it. So this is an interesting thing. Here it says, and it's the meaning of it. Achos and Akashon, all the kings of Mount Israel who did bad stuff, and the way the Bible refers to them is that they did that which was evil in the eyes of Hashem. Your time is true. Your time is and Halakha once again, they do not come back with stress and they sin. And on the other hand, no need donors. They don't come to heaven. They don't go to heaven. They're not sure. Rashi points out over here, look, how you, when you go to the Olam Haba, they don't inherit the Gehenna. It's very interesting. There are certain people, again, who they're neither resurrected, nor are they put in Gehenna. You know what it says? So they got so going to it's quite fascinating because again, this legal state is simply worse than anything else. And if a person goes to Gehenna, so we know again Gehenna is a cleansing property of the Neshama. Going to Gehenna allows the Neshama ultimately again to regain its lust and move forward. He was able to go ahead and go to Gehenna to bring to the Neshama from progression. It seems to be the rich on the Neshama. וגם נפי שפך מן השפכים מאוד, עד השמירי תשרים לך, לבענו תחתסה שהפתי עצמית עליו את הרבי השם. So in addition to all the Avodah that the Nashi introduced, apparently there was also a tremendous amount of blood that was shed. To the point that the Yerushalayim will be plugged from one end to the other. So the Lord says, so the Lord tries to understand what exactly is it that it actually is. So that it actually spilled all of this blood. What does it mean? Is that literal? What does it mean? If he was not what I do, shall Yeshaya. Some say things that he killed Yeshaya Hamad. That was one person, something called Yeshaya, who said that he thought that Yeshaya from one into the other with blood. And the Halacha Amir, and as Charlie said, Sha'asat Salam, Nasri Allah B'nei Adam, but literally seems to be said, so the National Media Network Desire, the idol itself was so great that it required 1,000 people to lift it, or the whole young corner of this field, and every day it would kill all of them. So apparently there was this idol that he commanded 1,000 people to lift up, but the weight of the idol was too much, and it was kind of crashing down upon those who went ahead and carried it. So he killed 1,000 people every day. But there's a tremendous metaphor in that station where there are the difference between the rights and is that all was too heavy to carry and comfortable to carry it. Compared to what the Gemara says about the oil, right? That the Kohanim didn't have to carry the oil, what does the Gemara say? Ha'aron yosi esrosah. The oil carried those who carried it. When you put your focus into the right things, when you put your energies into the right things, those things lift you up. You put your craft into Torah, you put your craft into Hashem. You put your confidence into Israel. Those things lift you up. You put your energies, your strength, and your time into the wrong thing, and those things will crush you. Right? Those things will carry you. Those things will bless you. Those things will finish you. Tremendously so. What you put that heart into, don't try to put it out that very thing, that very company, that very initiative. You're lifting, I'm telling you. You know what I do. Now also had a lot about my fellow. Shkila and Shema shall sabbath at the tail of Kola and Kula. Beautiful, you know. The woman in Shema the Sabbath, and Shema is a beautiful Palestine. So the Shema is a very high generation. Who is that? So now I'm going to shout out how this is like for you that Menashe killed Yeshaya. And I don't Menashe quote unquote only killed one person. right? But the nice, again, the perspective here as if you show, you can find the thread from one end to the other. So you want to sit, pass out, sit, seeing. So each step by the national says he built an idol, singular, and then it says he built idols, plural. So which one is it? I'm going to go, right? The Tira Asala Prince of Ahad, you get one beginning. The national made an idol with one face. One face, the Yavasot, Asala, Arba, Pritsukin, Gidisha Tira, King of the Giddish. At the end, you ended up making an idol with four different faces. Why four different faces? As we see this, the moment he positioned with ear base and flesh. And he wanted it to be that Elisa, wherever that was supposed to ruffle, they started to scream. You see the idol, wherever it was. They started cleaning that level of chutzpah. He wanted to make sure that the people saw the past and that's when saw the idol. Incredible. So you know, it was like that. Achaz, now I need you the idea. So Achaz went ahead and put his idol in the upper story of the base of the flesh. Okay? Yeshua Margas and the place that says, and the difference, Asher Arabag, Ayat Achaz. Menashe had his hip. Menashe, he put his idol in the base of the flesh itself. Shemir Marley, or Shemir Mar. And that's his text on Asher, also that the Bible is how much was on his own. Shemir Shabbat, we can shoot the Israel, Asher Shmisham. Amen. The priest in this touch of Hadash. Amen for the step further. And Amen put the idol in the Kodesh HaKodashim, the heavy place. He cuts up Hamasam Mishkashel, Mishdara, Hamaseh Kashara, Kiris Kanis. So let's listen to this part, it's actually quite interesting. The part of it as follows. Mount he cuts up Hamaseh Mishdara. What does it mean that it's a couch? What does it mean? The couch was too short to stretch out. What does that mean? And then so on the other side, that he cuts the Hamaseh and Mishdara, Allah, straight like that. The couch for this little flesh is too small for two people to go together. Because it wasn't enough to stretch for the sponsor and have all these out. Right? Like overwhelming. It looks like the same people in both the Shnia and have all these out. And therefore, they both in a sense we said, like this town is not singing up for the two of us. If you're going to put up all these Zola in your base on itself, I'm out. What's your first of the largest lines? Maza Hamaseh Kashara, what does it mean that the cover? The cover itself is too narrow. So you must, Allah B'Shara, Mari, Abiyakana, Keramat, Mahayra, Havabahi. When you're going to come to the prosecutor's crowd, he is a Nisha Kasibah, Konis, Tamid, Hayom. Asa, Lo, Maseh Kashara. So it's about people itself, but the much of yourself. But really, when we command the seas, he has to contend with an idol to share the cover. As let's say, sometimes you have to share a cover, and the cover's too small, people with the cover, it's like, the cover's too small. So of course, one cover me, and you have all the rest. So yes, that's his name, when we both mention that one has the cover, you know, the cover, so that was a good crime. So you have those like that. Achaz Kisas Avod, the Chasana Satakola. So Asa went ahead, Achaz went ahead, and he would stop the Avodah of us, and he also literally again cultivated the study of Torah. So to get a full Torah and die, Menashe covered has cursed, Menashe will help and scratch out, literally and scratch out the names of the Holy Bible from the Torah, the highest thing is there. And he went ahead and he described it there. If you know, Ammon, son of Hasatara, Hela, Shemanis al-Gabin is there. Ammon went ahead and burned the Torah and created tablets. Really hard tablets upon the Mizbeach, which represents again in action. Achaz, Hishras Ha'erba, is the brother. Achaz committed to moral relationships. Menashe, Ba'al HaChosa. Menashe relationship with his sister. Ammon, Ba'al Imo. Ammon, unfortunately, engaged in active incest with his mother, Shneimah. Ammon, Hajj Ashma. And the other realized this was a better Christian say, this is the natural progression of things. The moment that the emotional organ is no longer your guiding force. Right? And the moment that a person is not able to insist of real religious development in their life, and idolatry idolatry is there many ways we see this many times. That's idolatry. Idolatry is when you make God in your own image. You decide what you want and you create a system around God. The moment that occurs, by definition, immorality is sweet to follow. Remember that the making of the words of Kadmon is the Sarah Torah. The Kadmon Shabbat, one says that I'm going to go ahead and break the Torah. I just said that in Gary and the mission with his mother. So I'm going to let you know. When you check the Hayah, you look at Shia Sayyid. That's just interesting. You have to know this. Really, like, you know this. Really translating. Can you have any pleasure right from the face where you made it from, like the women that show up, like what are you doing? So that's what this is about. I want to explain on the outside, I'm going to have this expose. So I want to say, is it without pleasure? This is about anger and God. Right? This is it. That's what that is. So you know those like to key. I'll see a yucking on my sisters. When you're yucking came on the scene, he said, Kamai, no yadi la ajize. Right? So ultimately again, la ajize. So this is incredible. You're lucky to do it. The one who came before me, they didn't even know how to anger God. I could show you how to anger God. It's just so fascinating. When you see all of this, it's like shocking. When you think about it, that way, there's people who didn't believe. If you don't believe, then fine, but just go on your way. Why do we need to anger God? Why do we need to anger God? Why do we need to repeatedly have a response to discuss it the next day? It's like that's what we spoke about yesterday. When you are secure enough in your own beliefs, you do not need other people to agree with you. Like, you have to spend your life trying to show other people why it is right or wrong. You don't need people who need to show everyone else right or wrong. Like, and you need people who need everyone else to agree with them are people who are fundamentally and fully insecure. And what people do is like, I'm going to do my thing, I'm going to do my thing, I really want to do it, I don't need you to buy into it. This accurate creation and this need to delegate a whole like you need to give a stuff. To the Rebbeinu Shalom represents a hidden level of insecurity. As evil as these men were, deep down, they knew what punishment was. They knew what the Rebbeinu Shalom was, and they knew where their allegiance should be. When you look around life at that kind of guilt, so you have to feed, and you have to rebel, and you have to give the stuff every day. So comes your reference, and I will show these guys how to sin. First of all, you know what you tell all right? First thing you need about that show is the sun. Is the sun. We need to the sun. You show yourself Hawaii, Shalom Shimbo. We told Allah that because it's back this sun, we have this type of goal, this Hawaii goal, which is very shining in the sea. So you have to say you can light the whole world to do that. I don't know about that. That's what is that show up. When we went out, we said, yeah, people will always say that they want to do that. How people will like that is called to share my idea. I can't say you have to watch that to my post. I don't know how you find that still on it. No, you're not to say that you're because you have to do it because it's over the house. Maybe you're going to somebody puts the house and share that. Hashanai, Hashem, yeah, I was supposed to be there. You know, like the secret is like this. This is your luck with battle against the Kaddish Baruch. One side. No matter how much a deep tries to run away from Hashem, it can't do it. It can't do it. There's this inevitable pull between man and God that always pulls man back to his choice. Sometimes you go back easier, sometimes you go back faster, but he always returns back. Incredible. I'm going to love it about money. You're not about money. That's your yucky. So I'll say, if you're yucky, look at the bad guy. Why you see that included in the list of things? We don't have a portion in the world to come. Like in the story with these three things. Why do you think you are yucky listed as well? We shouldn't have said that. Yes, I did it lucky. The Tavai said, Asher Asar, I need Salah. Because that's what the Pasuk says. The rest of the things that we are yucky, and all of these abominations that he did, and all the different things that need Salah, and that which was found upon him. So we're going to go for this. What is that need Salah? What is that thing that which was found upon him? And let's look at Russia. Chadamar, Shekchaka, Shem, Avodas, Kohavim, Al Amasa. One said that he had a tattoo on his knuckle needle, and what did he tattoo there? He tattooed the name of his avodah zarah. Right? The Chagama, Shechaka Shem Shonai Yitara. Others say that no, he actually tattooed the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu on his knuckle needle. And what is that? So this goes back to Shabbos. Remember again, we spoke about in the Dach, right? And we both spoke about Akikoto. I don't think we had these visions of fire coming out of the next needle. Again, it represents vitality. So again, the avodah zarah piece there, the another piece there, ultimately representing that this is the entirety of his life. Obviously, tattooing of his father was an incredible thing to go ahead and disparage or disrespect of his father. So this is the third one guy. You might definitely answer why you are yucking about it. So you might answer, you might ask, see, you might talk about this whole tattoos out over here, and then we'll come back to your yucking a little bit more on this guy. So you know this like this. I don't know why your yucking wasn't included in the list. But I'll tell you some other things that you have to do. What's a Micha? Remember what we spoke about Micha on Shabbos' Dach as well? Micha was a spirit for a very long time. Remember when Micha was the baby who was rescued by Moshe Rabbeinu from the bricks. And he was a Jewish baby being thrown into the bricks, into the structures. And the Jews did not produce the proper quality of bricks. Moshe Rabbeinu was an Isn't that what he says? He's the most beloved one in the world. Honestly, I know everything's very good. Over the years, it turns out the Micha did a couple of things. Either he himself brought out about the Zara, ultimately to the answer, right? Actually, there's two possibilities. I didn't do this actually on Shabbos. I read it on time.
Oh, look who the fuck it is. Look who the fuck it is. How you living, Pim? Are you ready to lose?
Yep. Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby? Open your ass every time we play mini golf? Yeah, but you love it. It's like a bondage situation. The ass kickings that I deliver arguably could be. I intentionally inflict emotional distress on you, baby. So yeah, it could be considered assault. Dude, you know you can go back. Just make it small. All the way to zero. Dude, just fuck them. No, you haven't. That's bullshit. I know you didn't. You sent me a message on Telegram.
Can I get it? Again?
No.
Listen to this.
Oh, that was garbage.
So from Grab to
I think I did. Oh, Zoom. That was terrible.
And the smoke from the
Oh, what a shot.
What's a victim of
Arguably prostitution. Arguably prostitution.
If they're consenting adults, yes, consenting adults, then yes. If they're not, then consenting adults, then yes.
Yeah, of course. No, but a few years ago, California changed the law so that it is not illegal for a woman
much more dramatic.
It was like in 2017 or so, 2019 or something. We changed the law so that it wasn't legal. You couldn't be prosecuted for prostitution. You could just be prosecuted for like solicitation of prostitution, which meant that women could basically do it. It was just illegal to procure them as a man.
What's protected? We call chesed. So you see this theme over and over and over. It's illegal to the custom.
Yeah. And the reason why they did that was too many people were getting hit with like that's the only way that like a lot of these women had to be able to provide for themselves. They also changed something. I don't know. I forget what it was, but it was something like if you were under 18 as a woman, you couldn't be charged with it as well. But the guy, of course, could be. There was something along those lines too. So basically, it made it much easier for prostitution to occur, and it is. It's prevalent, but I mean, not real. Like it's, I would say it's very professional. Generally, like there are websites, and you find some chick, and like you can give ratings. There's like it's pretty safe, like in comparison to what it once was.
Distances, the ones are close, right? So failure to do so, failure to open your home to the other,
there are all kinds of like resources for people who feel like they're being trafficked. But is it legal? No, it's only legal in like a few counties in Nevada. So the state over, they have legal brothels, but they're very expensive, and they're very famous. They're like they've been on like they've had like shows on HBO and stuff. But the way those work is.
So it's a top of Coast Valley 104A. They are distanced from us and not allowed to come.
You go there, and they have like the one that is like on HBO is the one that I know is like the most popular one. It's like Bunny Ranch. Basically, your shut sucks, so don't even try. So basically, they have like a bar that you go. Well, you can request a lineup of the women, and they come out, and then you choose the one that you like. And if you like them, then they'll take you to their room, and usually the price is really expensive. Like normally, at least in like LA, it's usually like $200 for full service, but there it's like $500, and that's not even like everything. But like in LA, it's you don't know. This person could be a cop. This one time, I was on stream, or I at least have this on video, on camera. It was real weird. So like, I don't know if you've ever heard of the Coliseum, but basically it's where they had the 1984 Olympics. A bunch of Olympics have been there. Well, two of them. And then they're going to have it in 2028 there. What are you doing, Zoot?
My touchscreen not working.
Right.
I said my touchscreen.
Did you restart your phone?
Yeah. Good. I'm not working on the next one.
What'd you say? Go, it might work on the next hole.
Yeah, next on the next one. Just go.
And again, hospitality, human kindness, just basic human kindness.
Anyway, this one time, okay, and I have this up. Not if your fucking screen doesn't work.
My screen will work on full.
Okay, just give me a second. This one time I was streaming like all of the different like tourist attractions of Los Angeles, and I was at the Coliseum, and I parked my car in this parking lot that literally had no one in it, 0 people, giant parking lot. And these 2 guys come up to me and they're like, yeah, it's like $40 to park there. I'm like, what are you talking about? It's $40 to park there. And they're like, if you don't pay us, when you come back, your car will be fucked up. And I'm like, well, I don't want that to happen. They basically are like extorting people. I was like, what the fuck? So I went and I moved my car to somewhere else and took some video by the Coliseum. And then when I was done, I was walking back to my car, and there's this lady who, like, this is like a really, really rough area of Los Angeles, extremely rough. Like, it's South Central. It's like what you hear in, like, you know, movies and stuff. Anyway, she comes up to me, and I could tell that this woman was a cop who was acting like a prostitute. And because there's like no other reason why this woman would have been there. And I always thought that was interesting, that like she was trying to catch somebody. Anyway, that's my story for that. All right, so Zoot, do you want to play? Okay, just a moment. Taking care of some shit. Okay. Just a moment, dog. I'm sending you an invite.
Yeah. What is everybody doing?
Hey, Miss Aquarius, how are you? Miss Aquarius.
I'm not gonna be quiet. No, I'm not. No, sir.
Miss Aquarius, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready to come out. It's my time to come up here.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pay bingo.
Play bowling.
Absolutely. So, why are you being rude?
No, I had my phone up to sorry. I'll have Mr. Bird.
Turn me down just a night.
We're gonna play. Let's go.
We're gonna play. Let's go.
Come on, dude. Let's go.
Come on, dude. Let's go.
Because your son,
Rabbi wins.
I don't know about that.
you have to stop at no. And that's not
I hope you do.
I hope you do. I hope you win.
I like
Luke win. Let's go.
Yeah, strong. Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty good.
So why is it going back a little bit? Why is it
We better if I'm fair.
He didn't have a portion of it.
Mr. Crow, Rabbi just right?
Yeah, I hope so.
We have the actor.
Yeah.
That was ugly. That was extremely ugly.
His son was Hiskia.
How did we have this
His
back?
son was righteous.
Yeah.
He was sandwiched by righteousness. Therefore, again, that provided him some level of salvation.
I have this.
So there's another reason why wasn't
And she gets
why wasn't that previous portion of the gun? Because Achaz had some level of righteousness. And that again, he was embarrassed
She's
about
good.
his behavior
She's
in the
good.
presence of your
Are you ready for a spell?
We're ready for whatever you want.
Satan because after Yashua bin Chol.
It's a card.
Come on, Rabbi. Let's go.
Thank you very much.
Are you ready?
Being positive about you. Okay. When we win. I want us to all win. One win, we all win. Okay? Let's go. Come on, sis. We got this. Let's go. Come on.
So there's a plus for Achaz, and ultimately again, so why wasn't Ammon? Why isn't Ammon also
Rabbi.
Rabbi gets his spell.
Yes.
Release the people who lost their portion of the
How do that
shows
Get that spell. Let's go. Hold on, Zoo.
If that's the case, then Menashe also shouldn't go and lose his portion of the
Come on back. Let's go. Come on. Straight.
So why not? Why doesn't his righteous father save him from the
Right, let's go with the spell.
Mizaki Abba, Abba lo Mizaki Bro.
Rabbi, let's go.
A father doesn't benefit his son. Now, what does that mean?
Where is Shrine?
The actions of his son have the ability to go ahead and
Move it.
My phone just is glitches, and it just showed me Mr. Price striking Zeus. And that's all.
so therefore, by definition,
Leg.
Exactly.
You didn't get that one.
Don't get it.
Did you get that one?
That was garbage. You're right, Zeus. That's okay.
It's an incredible idea.
What's the highest?
That's a good question. I think it's 150.
That's why again, these righteous sons have the ability to provide salvation ultimately again for their father, the Abba lo Mizaki Bro.
Let's go.
Cannot go ahead and also is a tremendous similarity as well. As a parent, we can go ahead and we can give our children, hopefully give them everything materially, but spiritually. But at the end of the day,
Rabbi.
choice about what they want. Anything and everything is the truth to implement, to utilize, and to
It was fair. Oh, no, you lost.
incredible. So it's like other
Reload.
children.
Let's go.
Some people for father.
Come on, Zoo.
did not
What about my podcast? My podcast comes out next week.
Excellent, big dog.
There's one who, once again, can give us all the opportunities in the world
What?
and force us to become great. Right? We have the greatest father in the world. And just because we have the greatest father in the world,
Mr. Curtis?
in our part doesn't get us anywhere. The fact
Nice
that
strike.
father is very
Nice
nice.
strike.
And what I say,
Thank you.
what does that actually do for me?
Rabbi, Max,
I choose to take decisive action on my own. So when I do great things, the fact
Give me
that
something.
is great,
Give me
is
some
not
garbage.
exactly
Sugar.
I want to become great, I have to take decisive action on my own. Incredible. תקשיב, איני אדימציה, אין אברהם מציה אז ישמעאל, אין יצחק מציה אז
What the
ישמעאל.
hell is that?
Abraham can't save Yishmael, and Yitzchak can't save Esau. You have the greatest father in the world, which is still
I keep scoring nine.
Okay, don't give up.
Just try. You get to try.
Can't save you. You have the greatest father in the world, but if you want the greatness for your own life, you have to make a decision to
Oh, that was close.
you have to make the decision to put the effort. You have to make the
Let's
decision
go, Rabbi.
of yourself. Hashtag the artist, the hockey.
Who wasn't the good of 17? Who wasn't the good of 17?
Wes Aquarius is the only person I've ever seen. I've seen other people do it, but I've seen her do it twice.
Have you seen it done in real life?
Certainly on television. I
Go,
haven't bowled that much in real life.
Oh my god, speaking of defense. I think this is hot.
Come on.
Also was a tattoo artist, right?
Time is
So again, and some unsavory tattoos. So at the end of the day,
Mr. Corey, you know that part in front of me. And I'm betting Rabbi.
So you have to have one more round than I have.
It's so hard. Come on, Rabbi.
Okay, Rabbi's on
It's
Thank you, ma'am.
Rabbi's on the 2 points. Rabbi's on the 2 points. I'm gonna strike that. Strike that. Final round. You get me away.
So the grandfather was once walking down the skull. A skull that was discarded by the It's very strange. Right? Remember when I say Yerushalayim, first of all, if you don't bury anyone,
It's Aquarius.
I can't tell you when I'm playing.
How does he see?
I can't play. I can't tell you have you trying Where is it? Come on.
You're just talking to me.
Come on, sir.
Are we ready?
He carried a second double circus the hammer.
Double tab.
So he surmised when he was
That was there.
the skull of King Yehoiakim.
I just lost.
King Yehoiakim B'Tzibei, Kvuras Hamon Yikbar, Sachol B'Hashlei. Who was unfortunately again part of his punishment was to be buried as a carcass of the body.
You can get this.
This skull
Believe.
Must
Get it.
You
got it. That was beautiful.
Now you're gonna get a strike.
So nevertheless, the grandfather and prayed, it's not right. He's still a king. He's a king.
Come on, Rabbi. Got this, Rabbi. Go.
Obviously, Baron was in the world.
Are you serious?
And his skull in his chest.
Give me this.
So what happened?
What a good story.
Yes. What a good story.
Give me this. I'll take it.
Yes. Yes.
You win, I win.
Yes.
We win. Undefeated in bowling. Undefeated in friendship. Absolutely.
Okay.
So she saw the sculptures who it was the
In the
first
morning, that's when
Sweet dreams was very sweet here.
Okay,
his first wife. So he was a shut up and we were a calcer. So she fired up the oven, she threw the skull in the oven and incinerated the skull that way. You see, so suppose that kind of stuff. I'll say after this happened, you realize this was the main concept.
Yeah. I just have to use the restroom.
That carrots is skull being incinerated. So once they saw again, this was young Yaakov's punishment. Because this was young Yaakov's punishment, therefore what? Therefore Halakha Rabbi said he got all of it.
Yeah.
That's why he's not counted.
Go message Riser. Tell Riser to come in here. Okay, we'll play pool with him. Get Riser in here. What's Riser doing? Okay, what did he say?
So I say we're going to see the whole story as unfold over here. Just a moment. Right?
I'll be right back, and then I'll send you an invitation.
Praise himself a bit too much. So we should have told Bennett Assisi. So Hiskia said, "What have I done? What you asked of me?" So Ma'os Bishviot. Zero says Assisi Ma'os Bishviot Ma'os Notrin Oflin Al Shulchanot. So because ultimately Hiskia did two things wrong. Number one, he praised himself. Number three, asked the Kodesh Baruch Hu for signs for certain brachas. As a result of this, Akula, so Notrin Akula Shulchanot. Gentiles ate that is stable. Foreign believers ate that is stable. Because again, foreigners ate that is stable because God is for his children. We're telling this the honor of this year. Whoever invites idolaters into his home and serves them, causes exile for his son. The first of the widest lines. So Hiskia had these representatives of Melech Baba in his home. It showed them all the greatness of his home. So it was Amrad, my base Naksa, what is my base Naksa? Ishtar, Ishka Salehem. Hiskia's own wife served them. And this was considered to be a lack of truth. Nothing happened. But when I said he had his own wife serve these objects, which says, these girls of our land showed them the treachery. Zin Okal Zin Haralan. He had special weaponry that was able to destroy any other weaponry, and he showed it to them. And this was inappropriate. And he showed off too much to these visitors, and that caused dullness. So now we'll say, now the Gemara is going to go. Now that we spoke about Hiskia, now that Babel ultimately comes and destroys the Beis Hamikdash. Now, that's actually part of the big word. The Gemara is going to launch into a little discussion of the and interpretation of the number of pursuits.
You have an invitation.
So how, what does it remember again? That means like how. How did the city of Yerushalayim sit or lay desolate? So I'm Rabbi, that's a very good in Gemara. I'm Rabbi, why did Cloud Yisrael ultimately have your wife Echa? Like, again, in general.
Oh, wow. Look at all those that you put in, dude.
Like, Echa is like wine.
You pocketed 2 balls.
It represents the astonishment over the scope of destruction. Like,
Did you know that?
Like you're gonna know why don't they like how did this happen? Why did this happen? Why was the problem so punish? Why Echad is a very long nation? Abu Ashloshim Vishesh Krisos Shematora. Because ultimately, did you know that your Echad 36 violated the 36 permitted relationships? You're gonna miss. So therefore, again, we're punished with Echad. Did you know that after 36? Yes. Fascinating, right? You think I am?
I would move my ball and I would go for the win. That was terrible.
No matter what you do, it's two sides of the same coin. It's just corrupted energy. Right? What's immorality? Immorality is you're too you should have been nice too. Right? That's what immorality is. Was it a terrible Trump? The desire for selfishness and change in a different towards selflessness. So on one hand, how can you respond to
What did you do with Razor?
Kindness, that's what it is. I'm sleeping. Incredible.
Are you sure?
Incredible.
Does that mean he's asleep?
Because we were violating it could be asleep. The olive place. So you know it goes very good. So the Gemara says, Yosh Tivavadad. What does it mean that the city sat desolate? I'm not going to respond. אני אמרתי באיש כמנסוע בטח. Should I do a worse battle spot?
What does that mean?
So, roasting another
yeah.
I want to listen to me populated. Do you know who the commander?
Oh, no way, really? Yeah, you should get up there and tear him into an asshole.
That was so heavily populated. So I'm gonna get up there and show you
You didn't hit the right ball, dog.
So they had this mechanism to grow the population. Again, it's a good thing. It's what they reported to maximize birth rates. Okay, I said how so what's the right thing? The city trying to turn it a widow.
Yeah, big dog.
You proud of me? So what's this is so beautiful. Somebody who wants her husband, she would like her widow. Her husband, a woman whose husband worked for a long time, but she knew one day he would come back. That's why I say how beautiful is this. Yerushalayim became like a widow. He left us. He left us. Right? He left Yerushalayim. He left us. But he didn't fully leave us. We know that one day, Meretz Hashem, the color of husband, right? The Rosh is going to come back to his beloved, overwhelmed. So great amongst the nations, rule over the lands. Was this incredible? Wherever Jews go, Jews become great. That's it, isn't that overwhelming? By the way, this is fun to us in Echad. I guarantee you. It doesn't matter how far we're scattered. It doesn't matter where we're exiled. Wherever we go, we become great. Turn up on them. That's an incredible glory here. So this, by the way, is an overwhelming glory for this.
How does it feel to have your guarantee mean nothing? What a shot. That was amazing.
I guarantee you.
We're done.
So what happened to two Jews? They say you get them Harakando. The higher Shabbai Mahalik Akalim. And the captain was walking behind them on the base. Amar Lahem Akal, Amar Akalim Mechadera. So just to understand the scene.
You know why? When you mention things that you shouldn't mention, like offing yourself or the death of someone else, I can't do that on my stream, my man.
The camel that's walking in front of us is blind in one eye.
No, I've already gotten hit with you for other stuff, and I don't want to get hit for anything else.
Sorry.
It's okay. I mean, you just gotta understand. When you do that, I have to take away the fun. It's like a kid with a ball. I'll play ball with you, but the second that you don't play by the rules, I gotta take the ball away. Medical misinformation, racial things, things about ending your life or ending the life of someone else, threats. These aren't my rules. These are YouTube's rules, and they do change. I'm trying to think of what else. Like you can't play copyrighted stuff, but you wouldn't do that. And what else? You can't talk about like children, like bad stuff with kids. That's generally it. But this isn't the first time that you've come in here and been like, you're gonna die, or I'm gonna kill you, or that kind of stuff. You can't do that.
I didn't say that.
You said, I guarantee that you're gonna die. You gotta be smarter than this, dude.
One of them is Jewish, one of them is not Jewish. How do you know that?
I tried to get you help.
Just relieves himself right.
And you lied, and you said you were getting help, and then you said you had an appointment, and it's just, dude, I've got to be honest with you. You aren't going to be able to build friendships nor a deep personal relationship with a woman if you cannot control your words.
He checks all of his eyes. Sure enough, camera's blind in one eye. Sure enough, one skin right.
I mean, you even came in here. There you go.
And sure enough, two guys leading it. One is Jewish, one is not Jewish.
To anybody else watching out there, you see what I've gone through with this person. I've tried to get them help. And for anybody out there who's like being too hard, he knows. There's some subjects. I mean, previously I told him I just stopped playing when he starts mentioning these things. He mentioned it with Riser like 2 weeks ago or so. And I corrected him then. He mentioned it. He's a tough person with him to be friends. And it would be one thing if it were like, he was trying to seek help for it and going through therapy and stuff. I can live with that. I can live with that. I can play with that. But if you don't go seek therapy, you're not going to help yourself. My friendship is a privilege. Quoted this Gemara in one of his drushes in Tav Shin Aleph in 1940. He quoted this Gemara, and he says, "What is the pshat with this? What does it mean?" When you see, if you notice, by the way, when the captor overhears the Jews speaking, the first thing he says is, "Am Shin Oleh." You are stiff-necked people. You're stiff-necked people. So he just asked. He says, Why does the captain call them a stiff-necked people? Why? The just that says something absolutely amazing. He said it is the derech of people that when they go ahead and they encounter difficult circumstances, it breaks their spirit. And how does that breaking of spirit manifest itself? People just give up. They just give up and they just resign themselves to the circumstances. He says, you see what's happening in the story? In this story, the Jews are looking at their circumstances, and what are they doing? What are these two captives doing?
They're looking for more, trying to figure out more. What is it that's happening? What's the meaning of these circumstances? So they look at the camera, why is the camera like this? Why are the skins like this? Why are the guys like this? And they're always looking for greater meaning. So the character says, what is the matter with these people? Why can't you just give up? Why can't you just give in? Why can't you just resign yourself to the broken type of your circumstances? But Cloud himself is an ancient figure. You could be being led out in captivity, and you will still look for meaning, and you will still look for deeper understanding, and you will still look for ways in which to grow, to transcend, and to learn. This is what is overwhelming to the captives. I understand. What will break you people? And the answer is nothing. This command is true, then you go through an exile under the exile, and it was true in 1940 in the war of Sagara, and if you just manage to use this same exact duality in the present, if you are projecting how to do together. He just says, say, they are being let out. They are being let out, literally again to slaughter. You just said, whatever you do, don't give up. Don't give up. Don't give up. We are the anti-shit. We are the stiff-necked people. And we are the stiff-necked people in 2 days. Number 1, we are in perpetual pressure for growth. And let's say it's important to understand sometimes that we have it really easy. We have it really easy. Most of life is fed to us, to be honest. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Right? I want more finance, I want more health, I want more visa. I want to put all the different things. But if you got before how I want that said, yeah, well, let's say, but think about just from a listener's perspective, how easy we have it. How easy we have it. And Allah has told us because it's so easy on ourselves. This is why we have to push ourselves even more. There's no time to relax. There's no time to take it easy. There's no time to give ourselves a pass. There's no time to say I'm too tired. There's no time. There's an urgency, especially when we find ourselves in front of things like this is something that is missing a single ball. There are great things that are happening. There are wheels that are turning. And if we just internalize the mind like this, we push, and we push, and we push, and we relentlessly push, and we recognize that we are the anti-shit. Nothing holds us back. Nothing holds us back. Nothing holds us back. Nothing holds us back. If we could just understand it, and more importantly, understand it. Live it. This is the value system that existed that people for thousands of years. And it's the value system which have internalized and actualized to the work that should bring us to the beauty of the color. I think we're going to stop over here for today. Shkoya.
Alright, welcome back. You've been on the show for
Oh, alright, so let's look at possible for the John Center today.
Okay, alright. You've been doing stand for how long? 10 years. Interesting. All of it here in Austin. Tail end of an episode. How's your whole family dying, Christian? Feel like it's
Say good morning, oh gosh.
Christy, I like your style. You look like the type of person
Well, Hashem is beautiful during this new month and this new week. Learning this beautiful Messiah.
I barely recognize you. Christy, what's your
Because I will begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning share to fame. I'm the golden sponsors for ROTHSCHILD Day, because we've got and dedicated all the shiurim and lectures this year is exclusive to Torah Kavos for Am Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollock, the nation of the Yachar of Paul's father, Ben Zachariah, great grandmother Cyril Bas Radov, for both Mr. Arnold Shkodishmisa. Yeah, both of those Shkodishmisa, Netzashem, and Sham Shabnaliyah, the family in the Chama, Jokan Netzashem, for the Torah's Kavos for Am Yisrael, for Shkodishmisa, Netzashem, with all of our hostages home. I will be celebrated to be successful. The whole massive thing should be Jokan Netzashem. It should be a month of Nisim in Rose. And it looks like we don't yet have a Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Nisim. There's still opportunities in Netzashem. We would like to do that for another special case for a loved one. And just stop it to be magic story by Yisrael. You can see the office and the office in Netzashem for more details. That includes the promotional part of this morning's share. And Netzashem, we have to give us a today's down. It's Kilo 103. We have to give up a Netzashem on Cook Days on the day we left off 15 rounds up from the bottom. Hold on, nothing. Apple shuffle right up. Incredibly loud. Nothing says Apple the shuffle. Now, shuffle means is like literally equal, which means that Apple, so what Apple is saying is that Apple is not the complete rush shuffle. He's kind of like a normal delay. Shinai, now, Kayom Hashem, we that is Apple, the actually have this come out before. So the Pharisee says to the Shabbos, here goes the entire Apple, the city. Vayav Vayikol V'Rayot said he should go out to war. Remember again, Achab goes out to battle thinking that he's going to be successful. So he's looking for the Shama who's going to go ahead and entice Achab to go ahead and sin. Who is the one who's going to do that? Remember, the call is that the Zelda. The call is not here. So as I said, the idea over here is what is the Nachman Hayim? The Nachman Hayim over here is that the Shmuel almost needed someone to entice Achab to sin, to entice Achab to follow the Romans' advice. When you seek to indicate that Achab is not all bad. He shuffle. He makes us masculine. He says, "Man, because of the lack of higher to Achar Hashem, Maka la'asas v'alei Hashem, Hashem ishtal samzel ishtal." So again, he writes and so yes, I do say that Achar was having that he shuffle, that he was equal. Look at the pasuk says, right? That ultimately again, there is no one like Achar who went ahead and did such terrible things in the eyes of the powerful. Again, aside from his wife, he's Yama. What is that? The Chayil has a Shekamis Shikli Zer, Laboros Kotabi. Okay, the only person who works in our heart was his wife, Zebel. What did Zebel do? She lifted up gold coins for Avodah every single day. And this is in the Shach Select. Measuring out gold coins. So now again, it's one thing to worship Avodah. It's another thing to give your money to Avodah. Right? To worship the God. Maybe that's what you do. Once you give money, that when you give your money, that represents your Chayil level of commitment. So after more worship, but Zebel gave her money. So you know, like I'm shuffle higher, how can you say I'm shuffle? So again, we have to explain this thing. So what does it mean? Obviously, I'm not just coming in and I'm not just trying to say that I said there was some type of positivity to Achab's personality. What was the positive to us in this incredible? Achab, Lachon, Shema Mona Haya. Achab was generous. Yeah, so incredible. Achab was generous. Lachon literally means he was easy going with his money. He shared his money. So the Shahad, because he went ahead and he shared his wealth, he comes to becoming that atoned for half of his others. And let's say, is that not moral? Is that not the power of tzedakah, the power of generosity, that even for a person like us, another speaking that you see like the opposites of Achab and Zebel, like Zebel concentrated her wealth ultimately again on the Avodah Zarah. The Achab went ahead and shared his wealth with Talmidei Chachamim. Again, he was lighting up Torah on one hand and supporting the Torah on the other hand. He said, "Out loud, you get something that you just learned." That's what the idea of the Jewish is to have a Torah, so because of the generosity, he's tzedakah, wipes out half of his wishes, half of his iniquity. This goes with the motif of tzedakah, chatzil, imanas. That's literally again, tzedakah has the ability to save us from death. The power of generosity to wipe out even the most sometimes English to say isn't overwhelmingly so. You can ask us, what's the logic of it? Why does he not have such power? Well, so he knows this. Because what is the hardest thing in this world to conquer? Money. Money. We work hard for it. Like we always want more of it. And the ability to take something that you worked for, that you have the strong feeling that it's really yours, even though it's the logic you don't know that it's not money. If you don't take something that I worked hard for, that is mine, and to be able to give it to someone else is the highest, almost like the highest spiritual level that one can reach. Because the only way you can do that is if you believe that it's not yours. Because if I believe that it's mine, I don't want to do it, and a lot of times I don't do it. If I believe that it's not mine, but it wants to control, but it wants to give it to me as a custodian of his wealth, and I find the ability to overcome that most base impulse to keep everything for me, and to go ahead and be as generous as possible with others, it's the highest level of spiritual growth, highest level of spiritual accomplishment. Alcohol is lovely that I desire, but it is ridiculously generous. Incredible, incredible, incredible. So that's right to what family attention, but you have to go on that. Now, if he's looking for a spirit, so he's really going to shower to go out and to trip alcohol, you have to go into battle, which will be the battle in which he reduces his life. So he steps forward. So you have a certain spirit keep forward. As Spirit said, I will replace alcohol to go to one. Vayomer Hashem, Elad, Baba, Vayomer, Eitzav, Halisi, Rak, Sheker, the feet come of the earth, because I'm people say that I say king. The Spirit comes before I'll be the one who deceives alcohol. I'll be a voice in the mouths of the false prophets, and they'll go ahead and they'll tell alcohol to go to battle, we'll go to battle, and for God in battle. This is say, good. Go out to the Asik, my react, the most real, the spirit is, you such brother, you call shall novels and Israeli. Then again, it was the spirit of novels. What happened with novels? Then again, novels had a being. But alcohol had very much wanted, and novels would not say. After his marriage death, he spoke to his wife. His wife said, no problem, just bring him up on false charges of rebellion against the king, idolatry, all this other kind of stuff. He had novels executed. What's the halacha when you execute someone for rebellion against the king? What's the halacha? The king gets his property. The king gets his property. And therefore, there are halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa. So he got the vineyard, and Novus died. That was executed. The spirit of Novus wants its revenge against might say, or even if it's not just the spirit of God out, what exactly? Novina, singing with Yisashi, between Rosh, Chodesh, Yom, and Yom, the prophet says if the spirit, if you're alive, just like you're alive, you can't come back. Once you go out to life, you can't come back. Because again, there is no shekel, there is no money, there is no untruth. The presence of the Rebbe Shalom is incredible. Allah Papa, Hangamishi, Allah Kirei Matrim they say. So I said this yields the famous adage, the Allah Kirei. He who wants to go ahead and repay vengeance destroys his own hope. So I said this is actually the term that there are sometimes the desire for revenge is so acute that if you only don't say at the end of the day, I might raise a path of self-destruction, and I'm bent upon that revenge. Whereas another expression that's not used for this, the expression that uses Panos Nachi Inspishti, which is that phrase that Shimshon said, before he knocks down the pillars of the Pharisees, representing this idea that sometimes I want revenge so badly that even if I'm going to go down with the ship, I'm willing to go out of it. So Shimshon is different. Shimshon is going down regardless. But Lamaisi, he goes down with the Christian. So the same idea. He who's bent on repaying revenge, not his basic, which destroys his own health. So that's Akar is Hashira, by Yosef, Akar Lasos, the Hafiz, is Hashem of Israel. So again, so Akar goes ahead and meets the Hashem troops, they have a idolatry, and he continues to do the things that anger HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He called Mafri, Yishal, Shayim, Chayim. I mean, he's the worst. He's the worst. Akar is the worst. I don't know what did he do? Shechasel al Dalkos Shalom, Akar Kappa Ba'alakei Yisrael, V'titach Ein Lefe'et B'alakei Yisrael. Akar wrote on the doorway to the entrance of his kingdom, not to the entrance of the Shalom. He wrote, Akar Akar denies the God of Israel, Therefore, he has no portion in the God of Israel. It's so interesting, right? Why does he have to write this? Like, why the act of repudiation? So you only have to go out of your way to actively repudiate, like, things that you still feel attached to. So it's kind of like, like when you're having an argument with someone, and someone just won't let you have your own opinion. But if you're secure enough in who you are, you don't have to go ahead and necessarily, you don't need other people to agree with you. Even if you do things, I don't need you to agree with what I do. If people need you to agree with them, like, when a true stand of the fact that you have a different opinion, that highlights a heightened level of insecurity. Secure people are absolutely okay with other people not agreeing with them. So it's almost as if Akka gives the truth he's saying. He's theologically insecure. Because we see the greatness of Akka, right? We saw yesterday's video. Akka managed to like this element of him that was so pious, that was so righteous. That was so it's almost like getting insecure. But we need to constantly right from the voice of the kingdom. I will repudiate the God of Israel. I'm just beholding. We're everything is good. Worshiping anyone who has but God, by becoming a cherry trees, every other mountain that every desire, we share every level of desire. Why do you have to write it? Why do you have to write it? Our mind is that spiritual insecurity. You know what's like that? You might say, be heard God. By Vaki is as Akazio, by that to go, when this Holy Shalom, or so it's very interesting to my second. First one is, Yeru. So then Yeru, ultimately, again, we're searching out Akazio. And he found him hiding in Shomro. One of the Levi, Shekogi Askalos, Shekosi Avodas Topati Kafkeo. Yes, and what did Yehu do? Yeah, we weren't fortunate. The other stuff came is we lost the way. So maybe it wasn't really something else to know. But you have to be careful about how to speak about that. Like that from Nasha, I don't want, none of us want Nasha showing up in a one class. We just don't want that. And just how I was reading that Nasha, I was going to do them with the worst thing. But again, it's like the worst thing too much, such a sensitivity that even about these people who the mission of something kind of things are on level, you don't understand the struggles, we understand what they're going through. So anyway, so Yehu cut out every single time that single time that he found the name of his father, he cut out that name and replaced it with the name of his desire. Menashe, Shenosha Kaf. Why was he called Menashe? Because he forgot God. Dava Achad, Menashe, Shishi Tishav Yeshoshe. Or it means that he called Israel to forget a Kodesh Baruch Hu. Minalan Gelo Asila Anodasi. Kayo de Menashe. He goes on about it. It's sick. And very interesting. When Shkemo says Shem Menashe in our part, Menashe becomes king when he is 12 years old. And he says that his father is Hiskiel. Right? So Hiskiel dies. Menashe becomes king at 12 years old. The Phoenician becomes Shalom Aleichem. He becomes the longest serving monarch. He becomes king at 12, reigns for 55 years. Vayas harav Hashem, Kasher Asa Achov Melech Yisrael. And he did what was done as historically like Achov. It's interesting. You never comparison to Achov. You know what's the nature of the comparison? Not Achov is prepared to learn Haba. Just like Achov has no portion in the world to come, Menashe in the field of Haba. So Menashe has no portion in the world to come. That's another interesting thing that you have to wonder about this. Obviously, 12 years old and comes in the Rabbi, you don't have 12 years old today. But you have to wonder to yourself what that level of responsibility does to a child. As imagine you're becoming a king and you definitely all that responsibility at the age of 12. Right? And you try to figure all of that out. Just seems incredibly complicated. Really then, so if I didn't actually have no favorite thing ever, how about the Lord goes like this? Here you go back. Menashe, Yosef and Golanabo, Shre'emar by Pamela Sharasha Mayata. I really disagrees. Because of the necessary. Menashe does have a portion in the work of him. He does have a fruit. Looking over Nabo, because the Pasuk said that Menashe bowed to Hashem, and then Tibono shall over Moyahead and listen to him. I'm not listening. So listen, so how many Machlokas about Menashe? Does Menashe have a fair girl and Rabbi? Does he have a fair girl and Rabbi? Which one? So the Gemara says, I'm not listening. We stay in the Akadanshu. Both of them actually the same passage. Shemar, we sucking the Zabel of a wonderful child, who Menashe means to bring it this deal. Makazak is not Menashe, that's a true. The Inu more of it. Umar Sabar. tak odkupimy. Masa budowlany nasze było otoczyła, so ultimately again, it always speaks about the emotion of any other problem so to the foreign nations. If the Iranian nationalists is yo, so why was Paris surrounded over? One of the reasons that the Russian didn't do it. Other things is not the Russian physics was the problem. Probably so didn't do it. So it's a fundamental focus about whether or not the Russia ever actually became a Baal Sheba. Once I talk about system of 138, this is a tremendous tomorrow. So the Omer Menashe anything from Hava, the Rasha you gave some Baal Sheba. Whoever says that Menashe doesn't have a great from Hava, ultimately they're reaching into the hands of Baal Sheba. You give the hands of Baal Sheba. So that says that amazingly enough, this is very profound because if you say that Menashe doesn't have a great from Hava, you know what the Menashe did with Sheba. He did with Sheba. So if you say that he doesn't have a great from Hava, that means that Sheba doesn't work for everything. And the moment you put that out that Sheba doesn't work for everything, you disincentivize people becoming Baal Sheba. So people will say, you get too far gone that Sheba's will affect any change in your life. The 20 that you're on, you're not Sheba, you're Shloshim, the Shalosh Shonim. You're not Shloshim, you're not Shloshim for 55 years. For the first 22 of those years, he was a top of Russia. But then for the last 83 years, he did Sheba. I don't even remember. Then Shloshim from Shonim and Hashem Echad. And actually, he was age of 12. The Chamishim, Malach Yerushalayim, he reigns for 55 years in Yerushalayim. Vayas Hara Kasher Asa Achad Malach Yisrael. And again, the Navi equates it to Achad. Hama Malach Achad. How long did Achad go for? Asking the Karkishnik for 22 years. Menashe Hama Malach. Chamishim, the Chamishim. Daniel asking the Karkishnik, Hashim, crossing the cross. Because it's interesting enough, you must think to see as follows. Now, what's happening over here is that Halacha L'Maisa, nobody compares Menashe to Achad. What's the nature of the comparison? Achad reigned for 22 years. So the one going to say over here is that Menashe reigned like Achad for 22 years. Meaning for 22 years he was in Russia. So the remainder of his reign, which was then 33 years, he became about Sheba. He became about Sheba, incredible. Some of your friends became actually might succeed. Vayishma Ela Vayech Darwai. So it's a again, you know what changed Menashe, right? What was it that made Menashe to be about Sheba? He was captured, right? He was captured by Aram. And again, probably first to Israel, and he pulls out from the Bible. So Moshe says, Vayishma Hashem heard Menashe's supplications, Vayech Darwai. So he goes looking by Yechtar, by Yechtar, which is the better Yechtar, who Menashe David, and we thought he told him, what do you mean by Yechtar? What's this beautiful? The one is, the Asura in Prophet meaning Machaya for a Kia. The Rosh Hashanah for Menashe like a tunnel, like a Machaya. Machaya is meaning like a secretly, like secretly. He made him a secret tunnel for Tshuva and Kia in the Shemayim. Why? He had a couple of Tshuva. In order to go out and receive Menashe in proper Tshuva. Why? It named Midas Hadin. Because ultimately, again, because remember, Midas Hadin, the divine attribute of justice said, Menashe, you cannot become about Tshuva. You're too far gone. You're far from you have to make like a secret pathway for Menashe's Tshuva, but even strict attribute of justice cannot become. So what do you see here? Basically, you know what the great part about being God is? One of the great parts of being God is you make the rules. You make the rules. So what happens? Midas Hadin says, a guy like Menashe can't do Tshuva. What does the Rebbeinu Shalom do? He makes a different action. He makes a different color. He's going to have an ultimately, again, allows for it. You allow Menashe to somehow come back. So that the Rebbeinu wants more than anything. He wants a Tshuva. He wants us to change. He wants us to be able to go ahead and come back to him. And even if the limited construct of Tshuva says that such a person can't return, the Rebbeinu Shalom will make a different pathway. When it comes to Tshuva, the Rebbeinu Shalom never says no. And we said, you keep trying to do this, and nobody says, well, if you do Tshuva anyway, nothing stands in the way of finding meaningful Tshuva. All of your conditions, and you're saying that we might have seen, it's just not what you're looking at the show. It's just not like this. The לפי עד האיתו לחבר מהחי, שבסופו של דבר יש לו not is not in the first thing, but sit in the first thing, the money before them. Speaking of the Haxias Olam Kulo, they talk about the show like that. Another was an easy like this. Some people who were so evil, but they don't come really wanted to go ahead and turn the word back, like start all over again. Because things were so broken. In the days of your nothing, things were so broken that his heart really wanted to turn the world to turn back over. The start of the door to this power back up. And again, although your nothing wasn't present, so the generation was there. He came to talk about access, however, who about why we should go and say Sikia. Soon as the heart wanted to go out and start the next all over again. Things were not Sikia. We started at 6 years in the sky of Alpha. But as long as the righteousness at 6 years, they spread the generation of us. There was a righteous in there. The convention is just looking for someone who's righteous. Either a leader who's righteous, either the generation is not, or generation is righteous, either the leader is not. Only from all wants our success more than anything. And as long as we can find someone who is worthy of salvation, someone who is worthy of his brother, then it will be again a spread collective. It's incredible. So the verse says, the Sitki and Namitzit, but that's how they Hashem. Also, but Sitki also doesn't want to be very righteous. Says he also did that which was evil in the eyes of Hashem. Shall be other really close to the Misha. When he means it like this, Sitki had the ability to object. Thus, that Sitki himself was righteous. So what was his mistake? His mistake was he had the ability to object the negative behavior of each generation, but it doesn't use it already. That's like this is this thing over and over in Chazal. So when you see something bad happening, and you don't do anything, you are held liable as if you committed the wrong yourself. Overwhelming idea. Overwhelming idea. When you so much be night it says Ishpachad, Mishpat as Ishpachad, the Rabbi of the Safad Guinness, all of the stuff, and also says as follows. Cast the Achos, I got in the Achos, let's do Achos, one of the things. And I sought to be a Nafi Danessa, and therefore I handed them over in the hands of the king of Danessa. And what did he do in his hands over the king of Danessa? He danced the people in their hands. He had get Achaz, so he was in he's trouble with God, and he used to turn himself around. Instead, starts taking away back to God of Danessa. Shneimar, by Yishbach, the king of Danessa, Amakim, Vayomer, Ki Elohim, Ki Elohim, Mafia, Ram, Ma'ashim, Osam, Lahem, as much ויגיד אלוהים לא היינו להשיב לכל ישראל. שחקתי עם המציאות ונעשיתי מה בעבר בידו. So really you can smile בכמה המציאות, and we do not have to do this as you like to, but it's not בכמה המציאות, I don't put you again, I gave over the hands of things that ever in his hand. In the other hand, השתחרר אליהם. How did I not see anything from this victory? He took the balance of Adon and he began worshiping Yeshua, Elohim, Amatzim and Kos as Adonis, the Yahweh as Tantayah, Vayaveh as Elohim, and Seir, Vayaveh Elohim, and the King is Tachad Elohim. So again, Amatzim was saying the victory, and what did Amatzim do with his victory? He went in and started worshiping him. So not about high dimension, this is what people say, the things average, what they say, Baki is the mind, the Yoga, Haiku the mind, the Yoga, Why you know the mind, the Yoga, and the Yoga, and the dish. So sometimes again, you could cry for someone and he doesn't understand. You could smile upon someone and he doesn't understand. Go to the person who doesn't understand between you and God. So reference to these things that we don't really have to see these defend themselves around. We understand if we want the opportunity to focus, and therefore again continue to go on the path of the other. By a vote of sorrow, not a trouble. By a vote of the shout at trouble. So that's it, so that's it. So like all the things that's the ministers of the king of Allah himself came, and he sat and shout at trouble. All of the whole church did. Not just in the country, but also something said like that. Situated himself at the gates of the city, since ultimately and known to the king Havan Revolution, the Asher the Mare, Havan Zaire, Havan Kulka Raya Kulsekala, in the place where ultimately the next for his house. This guy and his brothers, now the shepherd came along and ends his job. The idea of the gate of the city was the place where the Sanhedrin was, high court was. So that very place where it used to be reduced, Now the shepherd, ultimately speaking, the brother, the shepherd raised his stuff. I'm not just saying the Bible. Mine's a sin. Us is a beautiful passage. That's a hard word because it's a beautiful passage. Our study is Atzavati. So it's Shonah. Says in Mishnah, I passed by the house of the field of a lazy man. Now I cannot other customers, and I passed by the vineyard of a man who lacks heart. Both the lazy man and the man who lacks heart are both repented. Like to the field and to the what happened? In the other field concerning houses higher Kalilim, together about the so what happens? The field is overgrown with thorns and thistles. And what happens? The stone walls are the state of disrepair. So let's say you metaphor. Our struggle is Atzavati, Za'achos. Who is the man, right? Who is the lazy man? Who is the man who is the lazy man who overgrows field? That's King Achos. That Karen Adam Chasser made, who is the vineyard. The person who lacks heart to the vineyard is an ash. That is a metaphor quite profound. The vineyard only not controlled, and it is always the vineyard form, Za'amel. Consequently, Kalilim Zayahayaki. Together, Abba and myself, and the one stone, and the forms of the disrepair, Zetzit Yon, Shenetra, is Hanitzash Kiyama. The reason the also something that hypothesis would not be that two of the place to these things as people who are independent, trustworthy, or easy. So it's like the way that some people get into the beginnings is not that they actually desire to do the right thing. Really, the beginnings is just apathy. Apathy is the deep way we go to the most horrible horrific sin. The moment you just begin to not care, the moment you just begin to not push yourself, the moment apathy sets in, anything happens like that. This mechanism is so about this, so about nature. And it means that you don't from being there. He often says that the greatest tribute to Hara is not hate. The greatest tribute to Hara is rage. Literally despair. Where a person just gives up, where a person stops caring, where a person is apathetic. That's all kinds of horrible behaviors we do to say. So it's interesting. How does it normal? How does someone describe the Russia? How does he describe Achos? As just lazy, frustrated, apathetic people. They all start with apathy. They say that's why the most important resource in life is to be passionate each and every day. To make sure it's right, we always speak about this. You have to push yourself every day. You have to be moving forward every day. Because if I'm not moving, if I'm staying in place, staying in place also, do you know the other word for staying in place? We audience, the same as staying in place is stagnation or apathy. Listen, apathetic people aren't going out and aggressive. Apathetic people aren't going out and doing good. Apathetic people are just, this is totally right? An apathetic person finds a nice place to cover. Right? This is comfortable. This is nice. This is good. I'm not doing anything wrong. You're doing good. You're not doing anything wrong. Except, apathy is the key where you move on to every other terrible behavior. Terrible behavior never starts with terrible behavior. Terrible behavior starts with apathy. Apathy, and if it's apathy, it's downward spiral. Overwhelming. I like this time of year, how did you guys help for us today? There are four people, four Jews. Literally, again, who do not receive the Spirit. Who are they? Have raised it. Arrest. I don't know if it's English or stop. It's really just the stop part. It's like, arrest is someone who takes nothing seriously. Everything is good. Everything is like, listen, you're not going to this. You know, in the beginning, when they're always with their wisecracks, that's cute. And then at a certain point, it's like, enough of it. Don't you take anything seriously enough in life to not have like a one-line comeback? Like, just stop. And when you go to entertainment, to annoying pretty quickly. And again, if that's how you're going to relax, nothing serious. Like, nothing serious. And again, I'm almost like, I'm about to be serious about something. And you know, I was like, that whole thing, it's not like a situation like this, but like, if you're talking about the crap, or like, if he's in the language, then it's like, come to like, some that I love what you do, but like, sucks all the spiritual air out of you. And so, again, it's like, it just breaks everything. So basically, that again, you just understand, you have your relationship with that Kodesh Baruch Hu. Well, that's, again, you grow up in this and that. Yes, not Shakron. Again, I say Shakron. Shakron, most of us, again, is a liar. The person who's a liar can't have relationship with God. Why? Because the prerequisite for a relationship with God, the prerequisite with God is honesty. Moshe does not need perfection. He does not need greatness. All he needs is honesty. Because if I'm honest with myself, I know what I am and I know what I'm not. And if I know essentially what I'm not, I can work on that. If I am dishonest, if I am a liar, liars cannot create relationships. Because again, if you're lying, then by definition, there is nothing to move forward on. I didn't want to say that again. Khalifa, right. But it's like, it's, postcard, right? Khalifa is flattery for the sake of getting something out of something. I don't really believe it. I don't really believe it. But rather, again, I'm using it. I'm using it to almost like, you know, like when people do this. People do, I guess it's like, like that. You know, like that. At the end of the day, it's like, it's so disingenuous. Like, everyone knows it's disingenuous. But what's the interesting part? What's the interesting part is, when someone starts letting go, look how that's nice. I mean, it's like, you know what they're doing. You know what they're doing. Everybody likes to do what I mean, so it's at the end of the day, again, there's tons of things. Actually, this happened actually, and those, again, it speaks language. So it's interesting, by the way, if you notice, these are core groups who cannot have it. To accomplish their means, they can't have a relationship with Hashem. Here's your lecture. And what's the other thing, by the way, what's missing over here? What's missing over here? If you're going to go into the relationship with God, who's going to have? Who's going to have? Who's going to have? Like the one, right? Like the one, right? Right, maybe a point number 2 would be. Alright, so everybody, let's do it, right? Alright, let's do it. Right, number 3. Right? That's a big 3. We got the big 3. But you know what? They're not there. They're not there. That's you know what? I think it was, don't scare the way relationship with God. I think it's like that. We all commit others. We all commit our their own. It's like, it's probably remember once I've done a couple of things, and I'm speaking before 9 o'clock. Right? So listen, we all commit our their every single day. Our their is in a relationship with God. Honestly, stands in the way of a relationship with God. If you look at the coming on all of these things, it's all about honesty. Relax. You can't be honest about it. You just can't take anything seriously. So what he does is, he uses nuts humor to just take the honest out of every circumstance. A shotgun, obviously, again, dishonest. Then he's all dishonest. You know what she called. So let's say again, let's give us always takes place well, always takes place well. As you know, I should say always takes place behind closed doors. And usually, the greatest purveyors of Lashon Hara will present themselves like your friends, right? But present like someone who's got your back, like someone who's your buddy. And at the end of the day, when you're not looking behind your back, that's when you're really stabbing over and over and over. So those are just the denominators. As Rabbi says, you're not honest, there's no foundation for a relationship. You can see from praying and talking about yourself, that's what we're doing. She lives in a church by after 12 o'clock with all sinners. They're all sinners. Some of us are not mutual, some of us are habitual, some of us are just on the weekends, others are like on off your Tuesdays, right? Oh yeah, others 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, right? And that's what it says. It's okay. Whatever you're doing, stop using a fungus, I got you. You can work it through. But if you're dishonest, then there's no way to have a relationship with God. So all the guys are, like I said, now you know, when you cover it, you can see much of it was like, Catch up first, talk about supervision, catch up very good see. Don't wish down the econ, Catch anything to see. Honest kind of level. How the job of Russia, how to see. All copy to Russia, I come and do color. Something I thought, I'm not going to color. I'm not just already in the Bible. My bits of the process. This was his beautiful. You'll see that I color. And that got no job, so what's the reason you have to go to here? The governor says, governor says, what is the reason? No sooner la color, never like governor. So the Lord says, no sooner la color, that little bit again, that the law will not be set upon you. So no, you should find need to her. Ultimately, I want to wrap up. You should need to her. So you should find need to her. That's very important. Doesn't mean you should have need to her. When the time of need to her, when don't have need to her, right? Like that's right. If there's an upside down, then you get there is no need to her, right? So the heads are only dead. So doesn't mean that I need to her. Rather, if you don't suffer it, show you something need to her. You don't shouldn't be ruling over you. Also, I always go for half to lose the heart. The shine is season charge. But you saw that. No sooner is not by law. The law is heart should not rule over you. Yet, let's up law. It's like the local that you go by and again, an affliction. She not supposed to attend. She not put herself, you should have suffered through God. You shall cover me like that. So this is down to me. When a man comes from the road trip, he shouldn't shine his wife in the state of suffers in the God. And that's what I like this week. So now he comes from the road trip fashion. He says, he wants to be with his wife. So again, if a man knows that his wife is a leader, I'm going to suffer is what is the kind of the purpose of the life becomes so justify to himself that the Lord is leading it and ends up ultimately again end up seeing it. So that's like it's actually interesting that perhaps it's usually this really was interpreting the passage it could hold so we hold those to the top we like suggestion. The first part is what's the reason and that how law ultimately again we are working to correct your head and we will do it. How did you do that? The nega when you are the most actually react as you don't come home and find your wife a suffix nega. You need to move over your root to heart is to really settle within your life. A lot of times the reason we get ourselves into trouble is because we choose to live in worlds of love. We choose to live in worlds of suffering. And we allow suffering to be perpetual in us. All of us have areas of our life where someone was asked us, are you living correctly in this area? I'd be like,
and I do believe, even though wrong, I do believe it's the first Mexican turnoff ever in
because I know that I know that this area of my life, we all have different lives. All four of us have. Those areas, some areas where I know that I'm doing the right side of them, and other areas where I know that maybe again, in my head is suffering me. In my head is a suffering in life. And a lot of times, you know there's a suffix, and you just perpetuate kind of like these parts of our existence. If you have too much suffix in life, that's what makes a part of things. So much of life is identifying the areas of my life that are they're not really what it should be, and hate that what it should be. If I can eliminate the suffix in my life to the best of my ability, I'm going to try to eliminate all of it. And I eliminate the suffix to the best of my ability, you know, it's going to be all of it. Incredible. So what was that? Showing that spoils his food in public, which means that my children and my students should not be things that are publicly disgraceful. privately or privately publicly, right? But at least publicly against things I've done that all of the church the reason why that is that you possibly going to ultimately against the electric reference from the father, reference from the mother, and reference from the father. So the first conversation is beautiful is the reference from the father. Reference the father, what's the reference of the father teach this one? Number one, don't let me to have a reward. Number two, right? Again, going on said, how do you return your child doesn't reward you? Don't let there be something in your life. If there's status in the way that you're living, don't say this. You don't have to concentration. Don't do the uncertainty. There's gray. Figure it out. Don't figure out how to know how. This is what Father says to himself. Then what Father says to himself. Don't be scared by bad dreams in life. What is your bad dreams? What's the reason this is your bad dreams? What does that mean? Yeah, what's that? What are dreams? What are dreams? Like, Jehovah Holmes is not what dreams are. Dreams are not meaningful. And one second, what does it mean not to get scared by bad dreams? Only meaningful. So many times in life, we are scared of. And doing the things we really want to do. Because we're scared of all the possibilities that could occur. This can happen. And I say, every dream, like an amazing moment of life, anything, everything could go wrong with so many different things. Right? Obviously, to his son, as I said to his son, don't be scared off by bad dreams. Don't be scared to dream big and dare big. Just because of the paralyzed by all the things that could go wrong. Yes, you gotta get all the things wrong. Everything we want to go wrong. But the only way you know to be successful is when you're not showing if you give it a try. This is what a father says to his son. A lot of times, father says to his son, you're going to have tremendous moments of weakness. In those moments of weakness, make sure that at least you fail privately and not publicly. Let's say it's a big thing. We all fail. Stephen says, everyone says, breakfast. First one is you to hire. First one is you to hire. Personal needs to hire, and personal needs to hire, and what happens, let's say I can't fill ahead, I can't fill the top after that, that's what you might say, you're not supposed to put on black clothing, go somewhere where no one knows you, and do what you need to do. Because you understand that some clothes in life are going to lose the battle against the entire. If you're going to lose the battle, minimize the fallbacks. Minimize the collateral damage. Minimize the corruption. You're going to sin, don't do it publicly. You're going to sin, go somewhere else. That's what I end up all of these lofty ideas of the Father says to the Son, you're going to fail because it's going to happen to all of us. Just make sure at the end of the day you know and go down, which is incredible. That's what the Father says. You come to end up with us and after that, you forgot that a mother gives to a child. What does a mother say to a child? A mother comes along and says, you know the Father, tell her that you have a Father that can't help. So what does a mother say to a child? They don't want to watch over you in all of your ways. They should hold you in the palms of their hands. I'll shut up on that. So it's love. Love is the thing you should trample on the lions and on the snakes. So what's the breath of a mother? To go, what's the breath of a mother? Be safe. Be safe, right? A father has all of these different ideas. I want everyone to say shit for that. I love you. I just want you to be safe. If I love you, should watch over you. You should check us. A father ultimately wants his son to be successful. Like the father gives all of the different things that he's overcome the desire. Many things. Like don't do this suffering. Don't let bad dreams stay up on the accomplishing big things. All these things, I want to say shit for that. That's what you do. That's what you do. I want to watch over you. You should travel and experience discoveries. You feel accomplished. You don't accomplish what you do from the mother. So you know what you I just want you to be safe. I want you to be okay. And I want you to be happy. Incredible. Those are the records of the mother. You can't get up there as a night. After that, ultimately, when the father is that the father gives records. Why are the records up in the bones? What's the other days? To be a shot by my favorite. As I say this, you are actually saying, what the Lord is saying. If you put your faith in me, I will save you. I will save you. As I believe you, I will lift you up. Production will know my name. You pray me, if you plug in the Bible, I will answer you. You know I will feed you well, I will feed you sorrow. I will lead you in every difficult place. I have zero the act of the day. Only a very last to believe by faith in Yeshua. So listen to that. What is the Bible saying? See, the Bible says he wants to be saved. What does the Bible say? I got you. I got you. Because you look at that's the life of you, right? As long as you put your hand in mind, the Bible says, I got you. Well, listen, this is actually beautiful. The Father giving all of the advice the Son needs in order to be successful. The Mother, just be a discipline which I don't really even care what you accomplish or don't accomplish in life. I just want you to be okay. I just want you to be safe. I want you to be happy. What is God telling us? Put your hand in mind, wrap your arms around me, and I promise you, whatever happens in life, I got you. I got you. Incredible. I want you to love this. Let me see it. Incredible. So, by the way, you sometimes forget that, like, the Lord only is not looking for us. It's not looking for us. You know what He's not saying, one of my colleagues, do my mitzvahs, finish us. He's not saying that. He's just saying, put your hand in there. Just throw your arms around me for gratitude. We forget that sometimes all that the Father wants from us is love. All He wants from us is that sense of commitment. All He wants from us is to know that we are together with Him. He says, "We'll work with us for that." We're sinning, we do that stuff, we're down the wrong path, we'll work it for you. We'll work it all through. But just tell me that you're with me. And if you just cast our love, and cast our death, we'll put our hands with the Father. So you know, our arms around Him, that's all we have to do. That's all we have to do. It says, I got you. Hold on, I want you to let this make it see. Thy name is Shem, oh yeah. It's your relative Shabbat. It may not only show Shem to this. What's interesting? It's interesting that in the word is Shem, so it wasn't a Sorah. There wasn't a Sorah. That whenever you look, the word is Russia. The irony was higher than the Reish and the Shem. As the Reish, higher Shem and iron. Why was it written? This one was written that way. Why is it written in that way? Even if you're not asked the other Rush Minamata, the Rush Minamata, the one that completely iron out of Russia. What do you have? Rush. What does rush mean? Rush means pork. So the idea was listen to this. That if a person is pork alone, or above, what does this mean? It says like this. A person is disliked by other people. That is generally indicative that they are disliked by the Spark. That is translation. Whereas words like by the way is actually from the basic logic to it. If you can't get along with people, right, who you can see, who you can interact with, talk with, who you need, and also kind of the hormones, you will probably won't be able to get along with them. That's just the way that it works. If a person is disliked by people, then ultimately again they are disliked by the Spark. And then with this, he was I got things on this like that. So just because you iron it all together, and nevertheless, a couple of them is called a Shabbat. أخذنا مش موضوع الشقة مهمة بالحكاية. تعرف إنه interesting. Because there are exceptions in Israel. There are kids in Israel. There are people who are despised by other people, and yet they are still around back to the Spark. What's a good example of that? There's an example of that. David Amara. David Amara. David Amara was despised by people. Despised by people. And yet, he was beloved by the Spark. Nehemiah, he was the second thing that was despised, not by Jews. He was despised by some of the Gentile leaders. Ultimately, again, so he didn't really finish. So it says, so generally, this metric is correct. If you can't get along with people, by definition, you usually don't have a relationship with Hashem. But there are exceptions. So people who don't get along with people, but are still beloved by the Spark. Once I sort of played back on the census topic, you know, by the way, 40 years in the desert, we were detained in Popularity Hall, right, about Moshe Rabbeinu. I didn't know that we would be in double digits, only in double digits. But when you say things, many people often really only become appreciated when they're dead, right? So again, when you say David Amelech, and like I say David Amelech, I'm like, feel like I should stand up, but not in the Shiva, he was treated like garbage. Literally like garbage during his life. By masses of people. And that's by his own family. Treated like garbage. Once he dies, again, when everybody loves him. Moshe Rabbeinu, treat it like garbage. Not just treat it like garbage. Disparage, despise. Yeah, but accuse me of stealing. Accuse me of adultery. Accuse me of all kinds of crazy stuff. It's just human nature, whatever the reason is. We often don't appreciate the age people we have in our midst when they're alive. Once they die, then we recognize ultimately again what we truly have and what we lost. So again, you know what's funny? Generally the rule is, if you're despised by people, you're generally despised by God. Accept it. But to accept it. Now, I want to tell you, it's very to accept, because just government is a framework. The rule holds true for everyone else. So בגלל שאני שואל חמישה פעמים בשעה, רק פעמים, שנגד שני בפריסות. Give me that shot. Has 55 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. Just to sort of point out how ridiculously amazing this is. In the first one, we're just like Chumash Vayikra this week managed the Sunday of Chumash Vayikra. Right? Well,
What did she do?
That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. On a 7.5-year cycle, the first Sunday of Chumash Vayikra, and now, by the way, Menashe, Dashim, ultimately, again, 55 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra, all 55 corresponding to the years of his marriages. I don't know if it really is every year, the Islam from Russia, I'm going to say the expression, but what does this say? Menashe, obviously, again, despite all the other desire, had a tremendous connection to Torah, and ultimately, again, had a tremendous insight into Torah. Again, what's that? It's not just for 33 years of Yeshiva, it's 55 years of Drachas of Chumash Vayikra. That was Menashe. Achaz, Shlomi Lechanisha. Achaz provides 85 different interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. Yerovam, Meir Shosha, 103 interpretations of Chumash Vayikra. Also, by the way, why the optics give on the Chumash Vayikra? Why the optics of Chumash Vayikra? What the only about Adam Yaakov can cover on the mountain. Vayikras Kavanos, short of Kavanos, is colored close. Like deep down, what does every single Jew want? Deep down, what we all want is to give us Hashem. This comes to Hashem is powerful. That's all I want. All I want is to be praised. Just sometimes I become so ridiculously complicated. And for whatever reason, I get the well from that kind of recognition. But everyone wants Vayikra. Everyone wants Kavanos. Everyone wants Kirva. Even Menashe. Yes, even Achor. Even Menashe. Even Achor. Listen, again. Achor. Yerovam, Menashe. If we do this here on Mishnah, we don't have a thing to do with that. If we do this here on Mishnah, it's found volumes on Chumash Vayikra. Even the biggest sinners by himself just wants connection with the Rebbeinu Shalom. I also have to stop at this today. Tomorrow's a short out. Short out. We are fine. What's that? Tremendous start to the week. Am I good at it? What's that? For those that are keep us comments, the viewers are going to be doing right in the classroom right up to you. Classroom is very close. But that's very strong, by the way. Also, schedule-wise, the week in the Pashminian in the ship.
However, the precise sound of terroir is unclear, so I hear each sound that comes What is a very famous part of Rosh Hashanah was in Tehillim. In the Tiny Token, it describes the awesomeness of the day of Hashanah. Why are you not supposed to bow all the way down during the Purim Tehillim? It is forbidden to bow on the stone high outside of the hand. Thus, we put something between our faces and the floor.
Alright, let's say good morning. Oh gosh, it's supposed to Baruch Hashem to be able to begin this new month. And this new week, learning this beautiful perspective. We got to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our Kamatora sponsors for Tashin Pei, the Tosin Mishpach, for dedicating all the Shurim and Drushos this year. This is Besoros Levels for Am Yisrael. Our week of learning sponsors, Paul and Kathy Pollack, the creation of the yahrzeit of Paul's father, Shmuel ben Zechariah, great-grandmother, Cyril Bas Dov, who are both nifter on Rosh Chodesh Nisan. Both of Rosh Chodesh Nisan, Meretz Hashem, the Neshama Shabbat Aliyah, the family in the Chama, is Bizofan Meretz Hashem, the Besoros Levels for Am Yisrael, the Meretz Hashem, the all our hospitals, and what is so good, should be successful. Chol Maaseh Yedayim should be Bizofan Meretz Hashem. There should be a month of Nisan in the flows. So it looks like we don't yet have a common sponsor for the month of Nisan, so there are still opportunities in Meretz Hashem. If you would like to do that in honor of a special occasion, in honor of a loved one, or just stop to be Marbit Sorah and Klal Yisrael, you can see the office, reading about the office in Meretz Hashem for more details. That concludes the promotional part of this morning's share. And now, Meretz Hashem, never beginning also today's daf is Kuf Gimel 103, and we are picking up in Meretz Hashem on Kuf days and days. We left off 15 lines up the bottom. Hold up, nothing. After Shakal Hayam, terrible Gemara. Nothing says after the Shakal. Now, what Shakal means is like literally equal, which means that so what Rav is saying is that Achal was not the complete Rasha. He was kind of like the middle of the road. Shneimar, Hayomer Hashem, Miv Teres Achal, we actually had this tomorrow before. The Baruch Hu says to the Nishamis, who is going to entice Achal to sin? Vaya Vayipal B'Ramos Gilad said he should go out to war. Remember again, Achab goes out to battle thinking that he's going to be successful. So Shmuel is looking for a Neshama who's going to go ahead and entice Achab to go ahead and sin. Who is one who's going to do that? Vayomer. Zebekol, Zeomer, Bekol, Maskira Yosef. So the idea over here, what is the Nachman Helen? The Nachman Helen over here is that Shmuel almost needed someone to entice Achab to sin, to entice Achab to follow erroneous advice, which seemed to indicate that Achab was not all bad. He was shakar. The Gemara says, "Maskil Yosef, man the concept they rack with higher Achab Asher is machar la'asas rabbeinu Hashem. Asher histal sa'izel ishto." So again, the Gemara says, "Rabbi Yosef, how can you say that Achab was that he was shakar, that he was equal?" Look what the pasuk says, right? That ultimately, again, there is no one like Achab to went ahead and did such terrible things in the eyes of the Baruch Hu. Okay, aside from his wife Izebel, what did Izebel do? The Tanina, the Chayom Eisa Shekeles Shiklei Zav LaAbodos Kochavi. Okay, the only person worse than Achab was his wife, was Izebel. What did Izebel do? She measured up gold coins for Avodah Zarah every single day. You must have seen yourself so much. Measuring out gold coins. Remember again, it's one thing to worship Avodah Zarah. It's another thing to give your money to Avodah Zarah. Right? To worship, okay, maybe you're not so committed. Once you give your money, where you give your money, that represents your commitment. So Achab didn't worship, but Izebel gave him money. So the Gemara goes back to how can we see Achab was shakal? So again, we have to explain the stages. So what does it mean? Obviously, Ramak is coming along, and Ramak is trying to say that Halacha said there was some type of positivity to Achab's personality. What was the positive to those who kind of what? Achab was generous. It's very incredible. Achab was generous. He was Vatron literally means he was easy going with his money. He shared his money. And because he went ahead and he shared his wealth with Talmidei Chachamim, that atoned for half of his avarice. I will say, is that not smart? Is that not wrong? The power of tzedakah, the power of generosity. That even for a person like Achab, and by the way, it's interesting that you see like the opposites of Achab and Izebel, right? Izebel concentrated her wealth ultimately again on the Avodah Zarah. But Achab went ahead and traded up the Talmidei Chachamim. Again, he was wiping out Torah on one hand and supporting Talmidei Chachamim on the other hand. You say, we'll get to Talmidei in just a moment. Notice that the idea over here is that Halacha L'Maisa, because he can rise, his tzedakah wiped out half of his wishes, half of his iniquities. This goes with the motif of tzedakah chatzil minaras. Like literally, again, stuff that has the ability to save us from death. The power of generosity to wipe out even the most heinous sin is an overwhelming so. You know, what's the logic of it? Why does tzedakah have such power? Well, so we know this. Because what is the hardest thing in this world to part with? Money. Money. We work hard for it. Like we always want more of it. And the ability to take something that you worked for, that you had the strong feeling that it's really yours, even though theologically can know that it's not mine. If you go to take something that I worked hard for that is mine, and to be able to give it to someone else is the highest, almost like the highest spiritual level that one can reach. Because the only way you can do that is if you believe that it's not yours. Because if I believe that it's mine, I don't want to give it, and a lot of times I don't give it. If I believe that it's not mine, but it belongs to Baruch Hu, and Moshe gave it to me as a custodian of his wealth. And
everybody stop what you're doing.
To keep everything for me and to go
Your
ahead
ass
and be
is
as
a
generous as possible with others. It's the highest level of spiritual growth, highest level of spiritual accomplishment.
Trace, wait, you ready to lose?
Incredible. So what's going back? Remember, Hashbach was looking for a spirit. So does he someone to go out and trick Achab into going into battle, which would be the battle in which he would lose his life. So who steps forward? So Ruach, the spirit came forward. The spirit said, I will entice Achab to go to war. Vayomer Hashem, Elov, Bameh, Vayomer Eitzeh, Vayisi Rak Sheker, V'fi Kol Neviyav, Vayomer Tifte, V'gantuchal, Seva Asekei. So the spirit comes before HaKadosh Baruch Hu, I'll be the one who deceives Achab. I'll be a voice in the mouths of the false prophets, and they'll go ahead and they'll tell Achab to go out to battle. He'll go out to battle and he'll die in battle. So Baruch Hu says, say, good, go out to the Asekei. My Ruach, the Gemara says, who's Ruach? What spirit is? You saw this Gemara before. I'm Rabbi Yochanan, Rucho Shel Navos Israel. Remember again, it was the spirit of Navos. What happened with Navos? Remember again, Navos had a vineyard.
One of the worst breaks I've ever
Navos
seen.
would not sell. Achab was very depressed.
Why do you keep doing illegal breaks, dog?
Just bring him up on false charges of rebelling against the king, idolatry, all this other kind of stuff. They had Navos executed. You did. What's the
You don't even know how to do it.
What's the halacha? The king gets his property. The king gets his property, and therefore again, halacha myself. So he got the vineyard. He got the vineyard.
One of the biggest misses I've ever seen.
The spirit of Navos wants its revenge against Achab. Might say,
that's a bad shot.
Says the spirit go out. What does that mean?
One of the worst shots ever. What the fuck is that?
Who says if you're gonna lie, just know if you're gonna lie, you can't
The
come back.
Muffin
Once you
Man
go
that's
out to lie,
fucking
you can't
abducted
come back.
Trace with.
Because again, there is no sheker, there is no lying, there is no untruths in the presence of the Ribono Shalom. Incredible. Amra Papa, Hanudami Inchi, the Para Kine Marched Beise. So I said this yields the famous adage, the Para Kine. He who wants
Are you fucking serious?
go ahead and
Dog.
repay vengeance.
This game sucks.
Destroys his own home. So I said, this is actually a profound idea that sometimes the desire for revenge is so acute that at the end of the day, I might raise a path of self-destruction, and I'm bent on that.
Traceway solids.
There's another expression that's often used for this. The expression that's used is Tamos Nafshi.
That shot. Beautiful.
Which is that phrase that Shimshon said before he knocked down the pillars of the Colosseum, representing this idea that sometimes I want revenge so badly that even if I'm going to go down with the ship, I'm willing to go ahead and do it. So Shimshon said that Shimshon is going to die in the gardens. Like Lamaisi, he goes down with the punishment. So the same idea. Parakine, he who is bent on repaying revenge, Marfil Basin will destroy his own house. Vayas Achab es Hashira, Vayosef Achab Lasos Lahachis es Hashem Elokai.
One of the best shots
again, so Achab
we've ever seen.
Idolatry, and he continues to do the things that anger HaKadosh Baruch Hu. We call Malchi and he was the worst. Achab was the worst. Rabbi Yochanan, what did he do? Shekasav al Daltos Shomron. Achav kapar be'elokei Yisrael, lefichach ein lo chelik be'elokei Yisrael. So it said literally, Achav wrote on the doorway to the entranceway of his kingdom, right? On the door to the entranceway of the Shom Road. He wrote, Achav is kofar. Achav kafar. Denies. Achav denies the God of Israel. Therefore, he has no.
Are you fucking serious?
By the way, it's so interesting, right? Why does he have to write this, right? Why
put some
the act
kind
of
of
repudiation?
force field on
Only
that
have to
bitch.
go out of the way to actively repudiate, like things.
I think
it's
that's
just those little
mine.
touches. We'll say it's kind of like
No, it's
you know,
not.
like you're having an argument with someone, and someone just won't let you have your own opinion. Right? If you're secure enough in who you are, you don't have to go ahead and necessarily you don't need other people to agree with you.
That was a
You
tough
do the
shot.
thing. I don't need you
Tough
to agree with what I'm doing. When people need you to agree with them, right? When they can't stand the fact that you have a different opinion, that highlights a heightened level of insecurity. Secure people are absolutely okay with other people not agreeing with them. So it's almost as if Acha feels this need. He's theologically
Get in.
secure.
What a shot.
Right? We saw the other
What
sides
a
of these
shot.
words. Acha Mamish had like this element of him that was so pious, that was so righteous. Like one man says, almost like the insecurity needs to constantly write on the doors of the kingdom, I repudiate the God of Israel. I just do the thing. We already see what you're doing. You're worshiping anyone and
Are
everyone
you
but God.
serious?
Like you're planting Asherah trees. You know, everywhere there's a mound, there's Avodah Zarah. We know that you're Avodah Zarah. Why do you have to write
No, I
it? Why do you
can't.
have to write it? Right?
What a
That's
shot.
spiritual
One
insecurity.
of the best shots of my career. I did not think I could do it.
Vayivakish es Achazio, Vayel Kibra, when the sky was Shomer. So let's see, Sam was teaching just now. Second. Going to another king, Yehu. So again, Yehu ultimately again was searching out Achazio, and he found him hiding in Shomer. Rabbi Levi, Shekoder as Karos, the Kosev Avodos Kochavim Taftehem. We'll say, what did Yehu do? Yehu, we're going through, unfortunately, a list of kings who lost their way. So Yehu, we saw from yesterday's Gemara, and we do have to be careful about how we speak about them. Like after Menashe, none of us want Menashe showing up in a dream, right, Tass? We just don't want that. I mean, I guess Halavai should dream about Menashe. I guess it wouldn't be the worst thing. But again, we saw from yesterday's Gemara such a sensitivity that even about these people who the Mishnah said don't have a hate in Haba, we don't understand their we don't understand the struggles. We don't understand what they went through. So anyway, so Yehu cut out every single time in the Sefer Torah he found the name of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. He cut out that name and replaced it with the name of Avodah Zarah. Menashe Shana Shaka. Why was he called Menashe? Because he forgot God. Davar Acher Menashe Shin Shias Yisrael Dim Shashem. Or it means he caused Klal Yisrael to forget HaKadosh Baruch Hu. How do we know that Menashe did he go to Olam Haba? The Chsev is very interesting. Then Shtei Shana Menashe Menashe
Are you fucking serious?
12 years old. Remember again, I say his father was Chizkiyahu. Right, so Chizkiyahu dies. Menashe becomes king at 12 years old. He becomes the longest serving monarch. He becomes king at 12, reigns for 55 years. Vayas hara b'nei Hashem kasha asa Achav melech Yisrael. And he did what was bad in as like Achav. So it's interesting. The Navi compares him to Achav.
Oh, what a fucking fortunate break.
Just like Achav has no
Garbage.
portion in what to come. So to Menashe has no portion.
This is garbage. Just absolute bullshit.
Obviously, 12 years old according to the Navi, not like 12 years old today. But you have to wonder to yourself what that level of responsibility does to a child.
This is horse hockey.
Imagining it and becoming a king and being invested with all that responsibility at the age of 12, right? And trying to figure all of that out just seems incredibly complicated. All right, in any event, so therefore, again, Menashe has no chelik in Olam Haba. So the Gemara goes weiter. Yudomer Menashe Yeshel chelik Olam Haba Shneemar Vayspal Menashe Al Hashem Vayartel. Really disagrees. He says no. Chas v'shalom. Menashe does have a portion in the world to come. He does have a chelik in Olam Haba because the pasuk says that Menashe davened to Hashem. And the Ribono
Champion.
Went ahead and
that's 3 wins in a row, folks.
So a guess about Menashe. Does Menashe have a chelik in Olam Haba? Does he have a chelik in Olam Haba? Which one? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Yochanan, Ushneim Mikra Echad Darshu. Both of them darshan the same passage. Shneimar, Usatim Lezavo V'Chomam Lechos Haaretz B'Glam Menashe Ben Yechezkiyahu. Mar Savar B'Glam Menashe Shasa Tshuva. Ve'im Lo Avot. Mar Savar Daf of Kuf Gimel. Mar Savar B'Glam Menashe The law of a tshuva. So ultimately, again, the Torah speaks about the emotional handing over Klal Yisrael to the foreign nations.
Heard me?
So why was Klal Yisrael handed over? One opinion says because Menashe didn't do tshuva.
Can you please speak English?
What was the problem? Klal Yisrael didn't do tshuva. So we'll say fundamental focus about whether or not Menashe ever actually became a Baal tshuva. I'm Rabbi Yochanan. We'll say Tav of Kufkimo 103a. This is a tremendous.
And then do you have another one in you?
Whoever says that Menashe doesn't have a chelik Yolam Haba, ultimately,
maybe all I know is that either I keep getting better or you keep getting worse. Which one is it?
We know one thing. Menashe did the tshuva. He did the tshuva. So if you say that he doesn't have a chelik Yolam Haba, that means that tshuva doesn't work for everything. The moment you put that out, that tshuva doesn't
Oh, your
work
glasses.
for
Okay,
everything.
and change your name from Mr. Muffin back to
People say,
Tracy.
you see, you could be too far gone for tshuva to affect any change in your life. The 20 time coming to be open on Menashe asa tshuva l'shloshim v'shalosh shanim. Menashe, remember, Menashe reigned for 55 years. For the first 22 of those years, he was a Rasha, and then for the last 33 years, he did tshuva. How do we know the numbers?
You have just witnessed
Menashe became king at the age of 12. He reigned for 55 years in Yerushalayim.
But I don't even know if I should call these upsets anymore. They're just straight up ass kicking.
22 years. Menashe Kama Malach, Chamishim, the Chamishana, Daminahu, Eshin, the Tartin, Pashul, Klassen, Klass. So, as I said, interestingly enough, the Gemara seems to say as follows. Now, what's happening over here is that Halacha L'Maisa, the Navi compares Menashe to Achav. What's the nature of the comparison? Achav reigned for 22 years. So the Gemara's understanding over here is that Menashe reigned like Achav for 22 years. Meaning, for 22 years he was a Rasha. For the remainder of his reign, which was then
college basketball. I wish I would have known. We did brackets this year. Do you know what brackets are? You like fill out all 64 teams. Who's going to win the games, and then you pick a winner.
That made Menashe into being a Baal Tshuva. He was captured, right? He was captured by Aram, and again probably tortured as well. And he calls out to HaKadosh Baruch Hu.
There's always an extra.
Moshe says, "Vayishmael Hashem heard Menashe's supplications."
Do you have a favorite college basketball team?
Yeshua said, "Vayechav," which means Menashe davened, and HaKadosh Baruch Hu turned to him. What does it mean? Vayechav? What's this beautiful Melamed? The Moshe made for Menashe like a tunnel, like a machteres. Machteres means
it's cool. Like secretly. You get a lot of upsets, a lot of like small schools beating big schools.
In order to go ahead and receive Menashe in proper tshuva.
Then they get down to the Final Four.
Because ultimately, again, remember,
and then the finals game. It's a lot of fun. There's the round of 64, the round of 32, the Sweet 16, the Elite 8, the Final Four, then the finals game, and you have a champion. And it's like a big thing in the United States. Everybody fills out brackets, and then when you combine the viewership of all the games, it's actually bigger than the Super Bowl, and the amount of money that's spent, it's bigger than the Super Bowl.
So what does the Ribono Shalom do? He makes a different pathway. He makes a different tunnel. He goes ahead and ultimately, again, allows for it to. He allows Menashe to somehow come back. So the Ribono Shalom wants more than anything. He wants our children. He wants us to change. He wants us to be able to go ahead and come back to him. And even if in one of the construct of Shuvah says that such a person can't Bonoshal Olam will make a distant capture. When it comes to Shuvah, the Bonoshal Olam never says no. And if the Rabbi says no, you keep trying it. He says, even if he says that if you do Shuvah anyway, nothing stands in the way of found and meaningful Shuvah. Rabbi Yochanan Mishra And we also in Rashbi, might have said, Rashis Mamlachos Yoyakim Ben Yoshio, Rashis Mamlachos Tzidkiah, the Ad Ha'it Allah Hamamafe. So what it sounds like over here, Rashis Mamlachos Yoyakim. Yoyakim was Yoyakim the first king, was Tzidkiah the first king, the monarchs before them, Bikesh is probably the Haksias Olam Kulo, the Talabah Bishul Yoyakim. Never was so easy like this. There were some people who were so evil. So the Rosh really wanted to go ahead and turn the world back and start all over again. Because things were so broken. So these are Yoyakim. Things were so broken that he literally wanted to return the world to Tohu Vavohu. The Stakta Lidorah and his Karadaito. But again, although Yoyakim wasn't good, so the generation was good. Soon again, Kishmak wanted to go ahead and start the work all over again. Bring a generation of Tzidkiah. The start of the Tzidkiah in the Karadaito. Kishmak showed the righteousness of Tzidkiah and spread the generation because of it. So what do you see from here? The devotion is just looking for someone who's righteous. Either a leader who's righteous, even if the generation is not, or a generation who's righteous, even if the leader is not. And as long as he can find someone who is worthy of salvation, someone who is worthy of his bracha, and ultimately again will spare the collective. It's incredible. So the Gemara says, the Tzidkiah Namik Sid, Bayas Rabbi Hashem. But what's there about Tzidkiah also, it doesn't know he was very righteous. Since he also did that which was evil in the eyes of Hashem, Shai B'Yadamim Chos V'Lo Micha. What it means is like this, Tzidkiah had the ability to object. We'll say Tzidkiah himself was righteous. So what was his mistake? His mistake was he had the ability to object to the negative behavior of his generation, but he failed to do so. You see this thing over and over in Chazal. When you see something bad happening and you don't do anything, you are held liable as if you committed the wrong yourself. Overwhelming idea. Rabbi Yochanan Mishum Rashbi, Ma'it Tzid Ish Chacham, Mishpat Es Ish Adam, V'Rega Es L'Sachar Beina. The Moshe says as follows: I got angry. Get Achos, one of the things. And I sought to be Amalfi Damascus, and therefore I handed him over in the hands of the king of Damascus. And what did he do when he was handed over to the king of Damascus? Zibeh Nikita Lelayan. He had said, instead of realizing that he should show with God and maybe he should turn himself around, instead starts praying to their gods, the gods of Damascus. Shneimar, Vayizbach Velokei Damascus, Hamakim Bo, Vayomer Ki Elohei, Malchi Aram Heim Ma'asim Osam, Lahem Ezbach, Vayazui Lehim, Lohayom Lashim Echol Yisrael. Shachakti Im Amatzio, V'nasati Malchi Edom Biyado. So literally, again, I smiled upon Amatzio, and I tried to be, Amatzio didn't just do the right thing, and I smiled upon Amatzio, and ultimately, again, I gave over the hands of kings of Edom into his hands. Ebi Elohim, Yishtachav Alaham. How did Amatzio his victory? He took the gods of Edom and he began worshiping them. Shneimar, Vayach Elohim, Va Amatzio Me'achos Es Edomim, Vayavo Es Elohim B'nei Seir, Vayamedin Elohim, V'nefeim Yishtachav Lahem Yichtach. So again, Amatzio was handed victory. And what did Amatzio do with his victory? He went in and started worshiping him. This is what people say, the famous adage that they say, Baki le lamar de lo yada, Chayfi lamar de lo yada, Baki le lamar de lo yada, being taught in the bush. So sometimes again, you could cry for someone and he doesn't understand. You could smile upon someone and he doesn't understand. Woe to the person who doesn't understand between good and bad. In reference to these kings who are given tremendous opportunities to turn themselves around, but yet fail to understand the opportunity that was presented, and therefore again continue to go on the path of knowledge. So it says, this by Scipio. So right, all the king, right, the ministers of the king of Babylon himself came and he sat at the Shar Kabbalah. One of your own Shurashbi. What's his second, third white line? The king of Babel situated himself at the gates of the city. This the gates ultimately when they were normally adjudicate halacha. The Astra de Mare, Tala de Zaine, Taman Kulba Raya Tala. In a place where ultimately the master of his house used to hang his weapons. Now the shepherd belonging to Enes' judge, like field heroes. The gate of the city was the place where the Sanhedrin would rule, high court would rule. So that very place where it used to be refuge for Allah, the shepherd. That's a reference to the king of Babel. The shepherd Enes' stuff. I'm going to kiss the Rabbi Yoni Barabba. Might have said, this is a beautiful passage. That's a heartbreaking passage. As-Sadeh Ish Atzal Avarti. So this Shlomo HaMelech says in Mishlei, I passed by the house of the field of a lazy man. And I passed by the vineyard of a man who lacks heart. Both the lazy man and the man who lacks heart are both inattentive to their field and to their vineyard. And what happened? They get their abundance. And what happens? The field is overgrown with thorns and thistles. And what happens? The stone walls are in a state of disrepair. So the rest is the metaphor. Who is the man, right? Who is the lazy man? Who is the lazy man with the overgrown field? That's King Achaz. Who is the vineyard? The person who lacks heart to own the vineyard, Zemenasha. The Lord says the metaphor is special found between Alu Kilo Kishon, and again it's overgrown with thorns, Ze'amon. They get their abandon there, so and the wall of stone does not fall into a state of disrepair. Zetzityo Shenefra Beis Hamikdash B'Yamav. The Beis Hamikdash was destroyed. Israel says, I want to point out how profound this is. The Navi, Rachel, refers to these kings as people who are inattentive, frustrated, or lazy. The way that sinful behavior begins is not with an active desire to do the wrong thing. The way that it begins is just apathy. Apathy is the gateway to the most horrible and horrific sin. The moment you just begin to not care, the moment you just begin to not push yourself, the moment apathy sets in, anything happens outside. This is what he's talking about. And again, so Rabbi Nachman brings down. Nachman says that the greatest difficulty in Sahara is not the greatest difficulty in Sahara is Yesh, where there is despair, right? Where a person just gives up, where a person stops caring, where a person is apathetic. That's when all kinds of garbage behaviors begin to set sense, which is how does Shlomo describe Menashe? How does he describe Achaz as just lazy, frustrated, apathetic people? They all start with apathy. They say that's not the most important thing to serve in life. Is to be passionate each and every day. To make sure it's like, we always speak about this. You have to push yourself every day. You have to be moving forward every day, because if I'm not moving, if I'm staying in place will say, you know the other word for staying in place is, the sin of staying in place is stagnation or apathy. I'll say, apathetic people aren't going out and resting. Apathetic people aren't going out and apathetic people are just staying where they are. Right? An apathetic person finds a nice place to hover. Right? This is comfortable. This is nice. This is good. I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not doing anything wrong. Except apathy is the gateway to every other terrible behavior. Terrible behavior never starts with terrible behavior. Terrible behavior starts with apathy. Apathy, and then from apathy, it's downward spiral. Overwhelming. There are 4 groups. Little e again, who do not receive the Shekhinah. Who are they? Calculates, Aletz, I don't know what's the word for Aletz. Scaffold. It's really just a scaffold. It's like Aletz is someone who takes nothing seriously. Everything is a joke. Everything is fine. Listen, you ever meet a person like this? Right. For example, in the beginning, when they're always with their wisecracks, like, oh, that's cute. And then, at a certain point, it's like, enough already. Don't you take anything seriously enough in life to not have, a one-line comeback? Just stop. And it goes from entertaining to annoying pretty quickly. And again, if you're that kind of person, nothing serious. And again, you always, so listen, there are moments in life, right, where like, I'm about to be serious about something. And you know, I will say, all you need, like, maybe you're talking about the Tefla, you're learning the Tefla, and like, there's a momentum that's going, and then someone else, right, comes along and he says that line, and what does it do? It like sucks all the spiritual air out of the room. I say, and again, it's like, it just displays everything. That again, just understand, you have your relationship with that Kodesh Baruch Hu. Well, that's, again, means well, but missed the mark. Next, Kat Shakranim. Again, I won't say Shakranim. Shakranim ultimately, again, is a liar. A person who's a liar can't have a relationship with Kodesh Baruch Hu. Why? Because the prerequisite for a relationship with God, prerequisite for a relationship with God is honesty. Moshe does not need perfection. He does not even need greatness. All he needs is honesty. Because if I'm honest with myself, I know what I am and I know what I'm not. And then I know especially what I'm not, I can work on that. If I am dishonest, if I am a liar, liars cannot create relationships. Because again, if you're lying, then by definition, there is nothing to move forward on. Hanifin. And anyone will say, again, Hanifa, flattery. Right. But it's like, but it's, falsified. It's falsified, right? Hanifa is flattery for the sake of getting something out of something. Right? I don't really believe it. Right? I don't really believe it. But rather, again, I'm using it. And I was like, like when people do this, I guess it's like lobbying, right? You know, it's like at the end of the day, it's the nice stuff. It's so disingenuous, and everyone knows it's disingenuous. But what's the interesting part? The interesting part is when someone strokes my ego, it's like, oh, that's nice. You know, it's nice. Even though I know what they're doing, they know what they're doing, but it's so nice. Right? Everybody likes a little bit of flattery. So as I said, at the end of the day, again, it's Kanifin. And those who again speak language. So I'll say it's interesting, by the way. If you notice, these are four groups who cannot have in the couples and moves. They can't have a relationship with Hashem. And what's interesting, by the way, what's missing over here? What's missing over here? If you were to make a list of people who can't have a relationship with God, who would you put in there? Avodah Zarah, right? Right, number one, right? Right? Maybe a close number two would be Arias, right? You got it again. It's good, right? Arias, good. Right, number three. Superstars, right? Good, we got the big three. If you notice, they're not there. What's it? You know why? Atheros don't scare away the relationship with God. Atheros don't scare, because we all commit Atheros. Right? We probably some of us have done a couple of Uzis, and it's even before 9 o'clock. Right? So listen, we all commit Atheros every single day. Atheros don't scare away the relationship with God. Honesty stands in the way of relationship with God. If you look at the coming around all of these things, it's all about honesty. The let's, he can't be honest about anything. He just can't take anything seriously. So what he does is he uses let's humor to just take the MS out of every circumstance. A shakran, obviously, again, dishonest. Hanifa, dishonest. Even Lashon Hara. I will say again, Lashon Hara always takes place where? And I should say always, often takes place behind closed doors. And usually, the greatest purveyors of Lashon Hara will present themselves like your friends, right? They'll present like someone who's got your back, like someone who's your buddy. And at the end of the day, when you're not looking behind your back, that's when they will verbally stab you over and over. So those are the common denominator, dishonesty. Which Rabbi says, you're not honest, there's no foundation for a relationship. You can sin from today until tomorrow. The Bible says, I got you. That's what you do. Because you're a sinner. Great. By opportunity, we're all sinners. We're all sinners. Just some of us are recreational. Some of us are habitual. Some of us are just on the weekends. Others are like on alternate Tuesdays, right? But we had others 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, right? And the Rabbi says, it's okay. Whatever you're doing, I promise, I got you. We can work it through. But if you're dishonest, then there is no way to have a relationship. Incredible. So the Gemara says, now the Gemara positions calculations. It says, What's about Suki Vision? Catch up on the Sid, the Overshkan Lo Yiko, Lenagin, Cas Hanifum, the Sid, Kilofona Kanafia, had the Jabber of the Hard Sid, Kilo El Hofix Russia after the Gurkhala, Satikato, Vladimir Gurkhala, Vamos Kristal Rabbi Baraba, my Dixie was doing a bus, Lucy was beautiful, Rosuna Elakara, Venega, like Rabbi Allah. So listen, what is the meaning of the passage over here? David Amelech says, what does it mean? Losuna elachara v'nega like Rabbi Oharach. So the Gemara says, Losuna elachara, that literally again, that Ra will not be set upon you. Shalo yishlot b'hem yitzhara. Ultimately, again, it's a bracha. You should be yitzhara. Shalo yishlot b'hem yitzhara. That's the very important. Doesn't mean you should have a yitzhara. There's a time you don't have a yitzhara. When don't you have a yitzhara? When you're dead. Right? That's right. There's an upside to everything. Right? When you're dead, there is no yitzhara. Right? So there's no yitzhara when you're dead. Right? So it doesn't mean that when yitzhara. Rather, the Lashon is shelo yishlot b'hem yitzhara. The yitzhara shouldn't rule over me. I'll say, I'm always going to have to wait for Hara. The Shaila is who's in charge, me or the Yitzhara? Losuna elecha Ra. Ra, the Yitzhara, should not rule over me. Next, lo yikra b'Alecha. That's right, Benega lo yikra b'Alecha. And a little bit again, an affliction. Not come close to your tent. Shal timsa ishtecha safek nuda v'shasha kava min haderech. So I said this is fascinating. That when a man comes home from a long trip, he shouldn't find his wife in a state of safek nuda. What is this? So a man comes home from a long trip, Rashi says, he wants to be with his wife. So again, if a man knows that his wife is a nida, again, safek is where things become a little bit complicated, because what can happen? A man can justify to himself that perhaps she's really committed and end up ultimately again sinning with her. She will say it's actually interesting that perhaps this is really much interpreted in the passage. It could also be metaphorically understood as well as three ranges of progression. The first part is Losuna elecha Ra. Ultimately, again, do not let the Yitzhara go ahead and rule over you. How do you do that? The nega lo yikra b'Alecha. The word actually has you don't come home and find your wife a safek nuda. The way to rule over your Yitzhara is to eliminate safek within your life. A lot of times we usually get ourselves into trouble because we choose to live in worlds of gray. We choose to live in worlds of safek. And we allow safek to be perpetuated. I will say, all of us have areas of our life where if somebody were to ask us, are you living correctly in this area? I'd be like, kind of, because I know that I know that this area of my life, and we all have different areas, all of us have those areas. Some areas where I know that I'm doing the Ratzon Hashem, and other areas where I know that literally again in my tent is safek nida. In my tent is a safek life. And a lot of times we know there's a safek, and it just perpetuates kind of like the iffy parts of our existence. If you have too much safek in life, that's what leads to heartache. So much of life is identifying the areas of my life that are suffering, that are not really what it should be, and make them what it should be. If I could eliminate the safek in my life to the best of my ability, I don't want to eliminate all of it, but I can eliminate this to the best of my ability, then ultimately again, the Yitzhara will not rule over me. Incredible. So now I was like, what does it mean that negativity should not rule over you? You shouldn't have bad dreams. The Yerhurim run, or bad thoughts. The Negalite יקרא ב'Alecha, שלא יהיה לך בן או תלמיד שמבטיח תבשיל בלעדיו. What does it mean that ultimately again that affliction should not come in your tent, that you shouldn't have a student or a son, literally translated, who spoils his food in public, which means that my children and my students should not do things that are publicly disgraceful. Alright, privately, all kinds of stuff is going to happen. right? But at least publicly, again, things should occur. Ad kan bercho others. What's very good. The reason that means that this pasuk in Tehillim ultimately again is a reference to brachos from a father, brachos from a mother, and brachos from a child. So the first part is so beautiful. It's a brachos of a father. What does a father? What's the bracha that a father gives his son? Number one, don't let the Yitzhak rule over you. Number two, right? Again, going to what we said, how do you ensure the Yitzhak doesn't rule over you? Don't let there be suffering in your life. If there is sickness in the way that you're living, sickness, deal with difficult situations. Don't live in uncertainty. There's gray, figure it out. And figure out proper mahal. That's what a father says to his son. What a father says to his son. Don't be scared by bad dreams in life. Don't be scared by bad dreams. Well, what does it mean, don't be scared by bad dreams? What does that mean? You know, we'll say, what are dreams? What are dreams? Like, you know, it's not what dreams are. Meaningful, not meaningful. I will say, what does it mean not to get scared by bad dreams? What are you doing right? So many times in life, we are scared off from doing the things we really want to do because we're scared of all the possibilities that could happen. This could happen. That could happen. And again, I will say, in any given moment of life, anything, everything could go wrong in so many different ways. What does the father say to his son? The father says to his son, don't be scared off by bad things in life. Don't be scared to dream big and go big. Just because you could become paralyzed by all the things that could go wrong. Yes, you're right, they all could go wrong. And they may not go wrong. But the only way you know you'll be successful is in Eretz Hashem if you give it a try. This is what a father says to his son. What else does a father say to his son? Son, you're going to have tremendous moments of weakness. In those moments of weakness, make sure that at least you fail privately and not publicly. I'll say it's a big thing. We all fail. As the Gemara says, remember says brachos? Person has a Yitzhahara. Person has a Yitzhahara. Person has a Yitzhahara. Person has a Yitzhahara. And what happens, let's say I can't go ahead and combat the Yitzhahara. What does the Gemara say? It's going to say, put on black clothing, go somewhere where no one knows you, and do what you need to do. There's an understanding that sometimes in life I'm going to lose the battle against the Yitzhahara. If you're going to lose the battle, minimize the fallout. Minimize the collateral damage. Minimize the chol Hashem. You're going to sin? Don't do it publicly. You're going to sin? Go somewhere else. That's what the father, and after all of these lofty ideas and ideals, the father says to his son, you're going to fail because it's going to happen. It happens to all of us. Just make sure at the end of the day you minimize the damage. Incredible. That's what the father says. After that, it's the bracha that a mother gives to her child. What does a mother say to her child? You see, what does a mother say? So what does a mother say to her child? The malachim should watch over you in all of your ways. They should hold you in the palms of their hands. And ultimately, again, you should trample on the lions and on the snakes. So what's the bracha of the mother? What's the bracha of the mother? Be safe. Be safe, right? A father that has all of these different ideas, right? What does the mother say? Shefa, I love you. I just want you to be safe. A father ultimately again wants his son to be successful. Right, so a father gives all of the different things that he needs. Overcome the Yitzhahara, rein it in. Right, don't live in suffering. Don't let bad dreams scare you off from accomplishing big things. All these things, the mother says, for that. That's what you do. What should we do? You should tremble on snakes and scorpions. If you accomplish, you don't accomplish the truth is from the mother, it doesn't matter that much. I just want you to be safe. I want you to be okay. I want you to be happy. Incredible. Those are the brachos of a mother. After that, ultimately, again, it's not these brachos. What are the brachos? What's the whole place? So we'll say, what's the brachos say? If you put your faith in me, I will save you. I will save you. I will lift you up. If you know my name. If you fall out to me, I will answer you. I'm with you in every difficult place. So what's the issue? What does the Bible say? See, the mother said, I want you to be safe. What does the Bible say? I got you. I got you. As long as you cast your lot with me, right? As long as you put your hand in mine, the Shbarach says, I've got you. I will say, is this not absolutely beautiful? The father giving all of the advice his son needs in order to be successful. The mother, just the anticipatory wish, I don't really even care what you accomplish or don't accomplish in life. I just want you to be okay. I just want you to be safe. I want you to be happy. And the Shbarach is telling us, put your hand in mine, wrap your arms around me, and I promise you, whatever happens in life, I got you. I got you. Incredible. Wonderful and lovely. My good city. Incredible. Well said. By the way, you know, when you drill down to it, we sometimes forget that, like, he's not looking for us. He's not looking. If you notice, by the way, he's not saying, learn my Torah, do my mitzvahs, finish us. He's not saying that. He's just saying, put your hand in my hand. Just throw your arms around me, and I got you. We forget that sometimes all that Kadosh Baruch Hu wants from us is love. All he wants from us is that sense of commitment. All he wants from us is to know that we are together with him, and he says, we'll work the rest of it out. You're sinning, you're doing that stuff, you're down the wrong path in life. Okay, we'll work it through. We'll work it all through. But just tell me that you're with me. And if you just cast our love, we cast our destiny, and put our hands in the Kadosh Baruch Hu, throw our arms around him, that's all we have to do. That's all we have to do. He says, I've got you. I want to show you what this right to see. Vayman Mereshayim Olam. It's raw around each other. Nickname Ma'ayim Shal Shem to this. What's this? It's interesting. It's interesting that in the word Rishayim, so there wasn't a Sorah. That whenever you wrote the word Rasha, the ayin was higher than the reish and the shin. As the reish, higher shin and ayin. Why was it written that way? Why is it written that way? Kevan shena'asa adam rash milamata, not na'asa rash milamata. It's very interesting. Remember, if you take the ayin out of Rasha, what do you have? Rush. What does rush mean? Rush means poor. So the idea was, listen to this, that if a person is poor below, he's poor above. What does this mean? The person is disliked by other people. It is generally indicative that they are disliked by others. Very strong statement. And I was going to say, by the way, there's actually a basic logic to it. If you can't get along with people, right, who you can see, who you can interact with, who you can talk with, who you can use, you know, you will probably won't be able to. That's just the way that it works. A person is disliked by people, then ultimately again they are disliked by others. So you must add that thing as well. So just take the ayin out altogether. And you have to lose the Chadaram and take Kvodo Shal David. The Chadaram is Kvodo Shal Mechem Ben Zakaria. So I said this is very interesting. The Gemara says because there are exceptions to this rule. There are people who are despised by other people, but yet they are still beloved by Kadosh. This is a good example back here. So you an example of that? David HaMelech. David HaMelech was despised